Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone, in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. This is Let's Play Siren's Call Escape Velocity Blind. This is made by this company. These guys. Load. Hello? Did it? It's only after he points out that the tide is starting to recede that I get an idea. I really like the music for this game. Hey, want to see something cool? Probably. Could you be a bit more specific, though? Crabs. Lots of them. Crabs? Come on, I'll show you. We're not even that far away. After finding a trash can for our napkins, I take Emil to the other side of the island. The mangrove swamp, though normally submerged, has just enough of it exposed for Emil and I to traverse. Countless soggy roots prop themselves out of the thick Florida muck. From a distance, they almost look like rib cages. A thicket of gangly bones protecting the heart of Siren's Call from anything and everything. It smells awful back here. I guess that's how you know it's low tide. And I don't know about you, but I'll take this stink over how the library smelled any day. Fair enough. Either way, it's hardly a pleasant experience. You'll manage. Don't worry. It'll be worth the stench. I promise. Hopefully I didn't bring Emil back here for nothing. The tide is at its lowest point now, so if it's anything like last time, yep, there it is. We turn a corner and see dozens of little hermit crabs. Sheets and sheets of them glide over the damp sand, like drops of rain rolling down the side of a car window. Oh my. That sounds adorable. I know, right? Don't get too close to them, though. If you scare any of them, they'll all run back into the river. I sit down on my favorite rocks. There's even more of them after it rains. There's so many. It's like the ground itself is alive or something. Why is this something I would do? Then again, I'm the kind of person who will just sit and watch a river flow by, or walk on a bike trail and just look up at clouds and talk to myself. Hell, there are a couple times a bunny rabbit would walk next to me and I would talk to the bunny rabbit about the plot of a video game. Or I'm the kind of person to what would you want to do, Lunar? I want to sit on this rock and watch crabs walk by. Yeah, I'm lame. I get it. I'm not... Heck, I'm the kind of person that when it storms, I like to sit on my front porch and drink some Pepsi or something and just watch it rain. I like watching the thunder. I really would like to sit on a fucking rock and just watch crabs go by. Though, again, it'd be better if you had a friend. Whether platonic or romantic. You know, someone you feel safe with and someone who's just happy to spending the time with you and who also, just enjoys spending the time with you. Come on, sit down. Just watch him for a bit. I'd rather stand, if that's okay. That's okay, it's just... Not sure what exactly been crawling on those rocks. Gotcha. We watch the hermit crabs scurry about. I imagine in a romantic situation, you'd be like, well, you can just sit on my lap then. You're still worried about Ash, aren't you? More confused than worried. I don't like not knowing why he left. I guess you could say it irks me a little. If there is a reason why he left, then it's my responsibility to figure out what it is. I owe us all that much, at least. Not everything needs to have an answer, Emil. I get you probably want something more definitive than that, but sometimes things just kind of happen. Life is chaotic. I mean, the Bible says that much too. It's basically, the Bible talks about R in Jesus. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That one verse basically says, rain falls on, the just and unjust the same. At the end of the day, well, God does intervene in certain things. In general, life on this planet for everybody is largely just a random number generator. A lot of things are left be and God stays largely uninvolved. So a lot of things happen. And it's just, imagine like an RPG. It's random number generator, RNG. Even if there's personal meaning for you in all this, if you try to extrapolate a definitive truth from every little detail of every little thing, then you're only going to drive yourself crazy. Isn't that what Violet was saying to me? There you go, speaking like Violet again. Well, I mean, if it helped me, then maybe it could help you. Would you prefer if I started speaking like you instead? That's not my point. Oliver, what else am I supposed to do with my time? It's the last day of summer. There's not much left for me to do other than think about what happened. That's not true. You could watch the crabs for a bit instead. They seem fine not knowing what's going on. Enjoy the moment, man. Of course they're fine. They're crabs. They're simple creatures. They have the right to be simple. So do you, amigo. You have the right to relax and chill. If you're meant to figure it out, you'll figure it out. Yeah, don't stress so much, buddy. But isn't it nice to be out of the library for once? I mean, it's nice out here, even if it does smell a tiny bit. Isn't it nice not having to think circles around yourself in the back corner of some silent, sterile room? As someone who tends to be a bit introverted and stays indoors quite a bit, yeah, a lot of times I just don't see a reason to really leave my house. Then there's a lot of times I'll pace my living room, talk to myself. Heck, back when I first got divorced, I spent a couple hours every single day just sitting in my son's room talking to his stuffed animals. At least now I only spend like 15 minutes a day in there talking to him. But then I'm also the kind of person I'll walk on bike trails and talk to myself. So I've gotten used to isolation and loneliness and just not really having friends or anything. So, I go to work, I come home. There you go. Sometimes a little change in environment is all you need. Heck, I think it'd be kind of cool if I could just like teleport to other parts of the planet just to walk on, other bike trails and other hiking trails. Or just see really stuff like this. Like I imagine I'd be like, oh, where's a really good river? And just teleport there and just like watch the river while eating a sandwich. If these simple little hermit crabs have the right to swap out their shells, then so do you. Heck, maybe that's why Ashton left. He lived in Siren Call his entire life. Maybe the weight of being here so long was starting to crush him a little. That good enough for you? Like a hermit crab, huh? Even so, I can hardly support something so selfish. Well, here's the thing. He might reach out to you. I mean, you have a phone, so... And he literally worked at a cell phone store, so he'll probably reach out at some point. He'll probably just give it a couple days. Maybe he feels embarrassed or anxious to like you guys might be angry at him. You should have said shellfish. Oh my god, I would do that. I know you're being serious, Emil. It doesn't mean I didn't want to make a little silly, lighthearted joke. I mean, it's not like I'm not taking you serious. Well, stop that. I didn't drag you out the shell to watch you act all serious. Is that so? Then why did you bring me out here? I don't know. Probably just because it was different. I also like it. That cool with you? It's not a bad reason, I suppose. Different can be good. But sometimes different is just different. How is it today, then? Hello? Today, it's good, I think. Yes, right now it's good. Journal page 46. We're at the library in our bathrobe. Oh. Must be an error? I mean, we already read Fulcrum 2, didn't we? And didn't I say 46? Huh. Must have been a error. Probably should have said 50. That's fine. I was just slightly confused. We did it. Violet turned in the last of her work today. She's going to be able to graduate. It took all of us, but they won't keep her here another year. Sorry about your football money, dickhead. Now Violet can do whatever she likes. Now she's free. Miss Lawrence didn't drop us off at school today. Instead, she took all of us to the beach, even Judith. It feels kind of weird being here on a Tuesday. But Miss Lawrence told us it was fine. The faculty breaks far more important rules all the time. She gave me a camcorder and asked Violet and I to record the Midnight Guard having fun. For some reason. Seems like a little weird to have this victory lap of ours, somewhere Violet doesn't even enjoy being. What? But maybe the beach was just a safe, crowd-pleasing option? What? One, what's the camcorder thing going on? Is Miss Lawrence going to throw us under the bus and expose that we helped her, air quotes, daughter graduate? But also, seems a little weird to have this victory lap of ours somewhere Violet doesn't even enjoy being. But maybe the beach was just a safe crowd pleasing. So Violet hates being at the beach? What? Just like always. What's more, Judith spoiled some classified info about where we'd be having graduation this year. Seems a little late to be planning stuff like that, but it's good to know we're not going to be having it at the beach after all. I don't know. Even know why that was ever an option unless we're allowed to get our diplomas barefoot. It just seems like a miserable time waiting to happen. Glad we dodged that bullet, even though we're done working. I don't think we'll be disbanding Midnight Guard anytime soon. We've still got shit to do. Maybe Emma and I will be able to convince the others to read over our book once we actually start writing it. I know something like that wouldn't be as urgent as what we've been doing, but who knows? Maybe they'd be cool with helping out. It could end up being a real adventure. Also, just notice something. After we get to 51, it jumps from 51 to 55. We also lose out on page 57 and 58, as well as 60 and 61. And then there's a question, is there anything past 62? So there's a question of one, is there anything past 62? And then the question is this, 52, 53, 54, 57, 58, 60, 61. Why are the pages not even listed, let alone? Ugh. Honestly, to hell with this place. What sort of guy wants to spend their last day of summer vacation in a stinking library anyway? Oh, right. I guess it can't be helped. Let's get this over with. Hey there, number 2. Ready to get started? Your eyes look kind of red, buddy. Emil doesn't respond. But the future refused to change. Does anyone know what game I'm referencing? It's only after I try reaching out to him again that I finally notice. His hands are shaking. Are you having a panic attack, buddy? Are you angry? Emil? Buddy? He forces himself out from behind his book and looks up at me. Yes. Yes, I'm ready. Or are you scared? But we shouldn't do this here. Libraries aren't fit for the kind of discussion we're about to have. Are we? Even if nobody here were to mind, we should do this somewhere that's free of wandering eyes. Are we about to have an angry discussion? Are we about to have a discussion about the Persona video game that we were doing, where we were like fighting monsters in hell? Wouldn't you agree? Emil stays, his shaking hands, and shifts his demeanor into something far more assertive. I recognize this look. It's no different from how he used to look right before the 6 of us would go on one of our raids in the underworld. Honestly, I don't blame you, man. That sounds like it was very stressful, and especially since like Judith was mentioning that she was like giving you fucking morphine and shit. He's trying to psych himself up, which can only mean one thing. You sure you want to do this, amigo? Are we actually gonna go into the Persona game part of this? Somebody has to. We've all been far too passive as of late, and that goes double for myself. So if it falls upon me to be a proactive one, then I welcome the challenge. Emil tosses his copy of The Stranger on the table and walks towards the exit. Let's go, Oliver. We just like play like Live to Win. What is that song? Either that or the Rocky song, which is Eye of the Tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, we're at the school now. Emil settles on one of our old classrooms. Came an awful long way to just talk about French existentialism, Emil. You mind telling me what this is really about? Emil smirks, taking a sheet of orange construction paper out of his shirt pocket. I'll give you one guess as to what is written on this. Only one? I'm certain one is all you'll need. Is it a number? If so, I'm going to go with 17. 17 is a good number. I assume it's from Ashton. Emil remains unmoved. If it was indeed your will to see that number written down, then I have no doubt in my mind that is what it would be. Are we commenting on the fact that we're now in a distorted reality, warped by my own subconscious? He slides the paper over to me. True to his word, the contents of the note are no real surprise. We may not have always seen eye to eye, but Andy was still my friend. She quite literally helped me become more than the sum of my parts. She challenged me. I appreciate her for that. I owe her for that. Even if I can't make sense of why they left us, that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. So tell me, Oliver, why are they following your lead all of a sudden? Now that Violet can't go with you, what reason even is there for you to leave? Why are you going to college, Oliver? If you can provide a compelling enough defense for your actions, then I will concede this challenge to you. Well, in context to this game, if you can afford to go to college, it's a good idea. I mean, I did well in school, but I couldn't, afford college. Did try to do an online college thing a bit, turned out to be a bit of a scam, got fucked over on that. So that kind of financially fucked me for a bit. But in general, I couldn't afford to actually go to a college. And even though I was an Eagle Scout and had straight A's and did calculus, physics, chemistry, and all that shit, couldn't get any scholarships or grants or anything. Did get a high interest loan, but at least it wasn't anything as big as the people that actually get fucking degrees. Not that I fucking got anything or just got fucked over, but main point is this. If you can go to college, as long as you don't get yourself in debt, you should go. Now, obviously, if your debt's going to be an issue, then debt's really bad and you should avoid going into debt. Beyond that, I just couldn't afford it. Beyond that, in the context of the prequel to this game, which is actually the first thing I played, which you were actually supposed to play after, but it was to get away from Dolly and her husband. Get away from Oliver's parents. But if you cannot substantiate your decisions in any meaningful way, you have no choice but to admit that what you're doing is illogical. So that's why we're here. He's getting right to the point then, isn't he? Making the first move like this, he's not acting like himself. He's acting the way Ashton and Andy would during a fight. He's emulating them. He's acting like me in a way, by emulating other people. He's emulating my emulation. Hand the note back to my friend. I'm impressed, Emil. You're normally not this aggressive. Well, it's like they say, to win, you must attack. So, I'm your enemy then? No, you're my friend, Oliver. And like any friend worth their salt, I'm going to do whatever it takes to stop you from doing something stupid. If you're not going to bother fighting for your soul, then I'll fight on your behalf. He's really serious about this then. Sure, he's not forcing me to participate in this or anything. Hell, if I wanted to, I could just get up and leave. Even if Emma was my friend, I don't owe him any sort of justification for my lifestyle choices. But the direct way he's challenging my choices like this, I'm not gonna lie, it's oddly refreshing. Kind of reminds me of this band Deftones. Now it sounds a little more anime. Alright then, hopefully I can give you something worth thinking about. Please do. I'd love nothing more than to be wrong here. Though, in all honesty, I doubt that I am. Oh man, I am loving the dangerous amounts of confidence on display today. So, you're that sure that you're going to win then, number 2? I have to. Second place won't be good enough for me. At least not today. It's gonna have to be. You say so, Captain. Now tell me, why are you going to college? Be honest? What are the light bulbs for? Can't think of a really better way for me to leave the state. If I go to college, I'll have a place to sleep, eat, and something big to work towards as well. And all for an absurdly large price. That's all I'm saying. In general, college, debt is bad. What else am I supposed to do? You could have done plenty. How much of your senior year did you spend wooing Violet when you could have been looking for apartments or jobs instead? If all you cared about was leaving Florida, then you could have laid the groundwork for a long time ago. But rather than thinking ahead, you let someone else think for you. Actually, in the context of the Sunflower Pie game, which is a prequel, it was more so, something kind of came to a confrontational point that sort of acted as a catalyst to kick this off. And now you're trapped. But you don't have to be. I'm sure that in a year's time, you can work up the funds to pursue something out of state that won't leave you in debt for the rest of your life. Yeah, that's not an option anymore after the events of Sunflower Pie. You don't have to do this. There's still time to lift yourself out of the cannon before it fires you into God know what. You're not hearing me, Emil. I want to go to college. But why? Surely it can't just be to leave home. People do that all the time without making huge 4-year-long commitments. So there has to be some other reason. Okay. The truth is too humiliating. Yeah, but it's not an option here. We can't just say the events of Sunflower Pie. There's still a lot about myself I don't know. And there's never enough breathing room in high school to fully explore who I am. College seems a lot more hands-off in terms of what I can study and what I'm allowed to do, so why not make the most of that? Ah yes, a classic argument. The whole I need to go to college to find myself shtick. You know what the more hands-off than college, Oliver? Actually living on your own as an adult. You don't need some ham-fisted structure that can only drip feed things that you're actually passionate about. Have some self-respect. If you really want to study something, then seek it out and get your hands dirty. Go to the library. And if you don't have a genuine interest in those things, then you simply won't do them. The idea that you need something like college to find yourself is nothing short of propaganda. You don't find yourself when trapped in a maze someone else's creation. You find yourself in the blank hours where nothing else is expected of you. You do those moments when you choose to pursue, and what you choose to value, that determines who you are. You don't need college for that. All you need is time. So who gives your precious time away to some heartless institution when you have almost all of it to yourself? Elaborate. Did I get scholarships? If that's good. If I did, that's awesome. A big chunk of my debt is already paid for, apparently. I got a bunch of scholarships and grants. That would have been nice. So basically everything is covered up but senior year. Seems like a waste not to go at this point. You've got that much of it paid for? How? You never struck me as a particularly fervent student. Wait a minute. I think I know the answer. Your parents and Miss Lawrence worked the illness, didn't they? That's the only explanation I can think of. Okay, that's... 1, no. 2, I'm pretty sure there are no scholarships for autism. 2, autism's not really an illness. It's just a slight different personality characteristic. And again, there are no scholarships for that sort of thing. And my parents wouldn't pay for any of that shit. Heck, I was working since I was 14. I paid for anything I personally wanted. I paid for my stuff in Boy Scouts. I paid for my own school books in high school. Heck, for the first couple years, after graduating high school, one, I couldn't afford to go to college. I had no friends to move in with. There were no apartments available. There was no job that could actually pay enough to afford to live on my own. And I paid church tithes and offering. I paid for anything I personally wanted. I paid for any bills I personally incurred, including that online college that fucking scammed me and fucked me over and put me in a bit of debt. And on top of that, I paid my parents' rent. I did chores around the house. I stayed to myself. Most of the time I was really quiet. Heck, in my room I would sit in front of my TV with earphones plugged into the back of my television. Basically, if you were not in my room, you wouldn't know if I was playing a video game, asleep, or dead. I was extremely quiet, and most of my time was spent working or out walking places. I was basically hardly ever home, and when I was either asleep or making as little noise as possible and being very to myself. I was always respectful and polite to my parents, never caused them any problems, never did any drugs, never committed any crimes. Basically stayed to myself, was quiet, did chores around the house. I would even take the dog we had back then for walks. And when it came right down to it is this. I paid half the fucking rent. To the point that, yes, I couldn't go anywhere because there was nowhere for me to fucking go. But let's be clear, they would have never paid a cent for fucking college or helped with any of that kind of shit. Any car I ever had, I fucking paid for. And even then, it was always like the cheapest fucking thing I could get a hold of, because that's all that was possible to afford. But the thing is this, I paid rent to my parents as if they were my fucking landlord. To the point that I look back and I'm like, you know what, had I not stayed with my parents, I don't think they would have been able to continue affording their rent back then. Then again, all they had to do is, like, Dad could have, granted, I was paying tithes too, but again, that was more so just because that's how I was raised. But let's be clear. Dad paid tithes off his gross income. So essentially, 30% of his fucking paycheck at any job he worked at, he gave straight to the church. So, literally, any chance we ever had to get ahead, he just literally gave every spare bit of money the household had to the church. Heck, at the end of the day, if I had moved out, he would have had to not give that money to the church and would have had to use it on bills. Otherwise, there's no way they would have been able to get by. Again, I'm not trying to disrespect my parents on this. I'm just saying, one, they certainly would have never fucking helped me with anything. There's no fucking scholarship. Like, I got no scholarships or grants. And I wouldn't get it just for even if I had known I was autistic back then, I wouldn't have got a fucking scholarship for that shit. And it's also fucking demeaning for you to say that. You're basically saying that I was only given assistance because of this thing. Like it's a fucking pity thing. Like I'm just some fucking DEI hire. That I can't, stand on my own fucking merit or earn things on my own. That I'm not good enough to do it with my own skill and competency and hard work. And again, I'm not trying to insult my parents by saying, I was paying rent and stuff to my parents. I'm saying, simply put, I wasn't some fucking parasite fucking freeloader. It's not like I was some person just, I'm in my parents' basement not working or anything and just living off them like a fucking mooching parasite freeloader. No, I would usually work 56 to 60 plus hours a week. I would pay for anything I personally wanted. I did chores around the house, and I paid half the fucking rent. Okay? So I wasn't a fucking parasite or a freeloader or lazy. Oh, fuck off with that shit, Emil. Exactly. I mean, I thought maybe I overdid it, but at the same time, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, one, yeah, I lived with my parents for a few years after I graduated high school. But I couldn't afford to go to college, and there was nowhere for me to go. There were no apartments available. Heck, I remember one point I tried to buy a rundown little fucking crack house trailer. That was not that... I even tried to go to a bank to try to get a loan for that. And everyone's like, why would you try to live there? Because there was nothing else. Heck, I remember when I initially, for the very first time, moved out, I applied to like 100 fucking apartment complexes. There was nowhere to go. Unless I were to suddenly like move an hour's worth away, at which point, one, I have nowhere to go. It's a massive change going on. I mean, and at the end of the day, it's like part of me is like, well, what's the point of leaving home? You know, I have no friends I'd be able to move in with. I have no girlfriend. I have no potential girlfriend. I know if I were to even have a place to move out to, one, there's no way I could afford rent on my own with the way things are in terms of how much rent costs. Even right now, like I said, I work full-time plus overtime where I work, and as is, you know, I'm worried one day I won't be able to just afford rent, even though I work full-time at a fairly decent wage in a fucking, you know, factory doing manual labor. Heck, I'm going to probably lose a couple toenails just because my foot's been rubbing against the metal of the inside of the boot, and that bruised up my foot a decent amount. It's just there was nowhere to fucking go. And like I said, I applied to when I very first was able to move out and just bite the fucking bullet. It was largely just because I got fucking frustrated with how things were. But part of me was like, what's the point of moving out? There's nothing out there for me in the world. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing I can do. And even if I were to somehow be able to have the money to somehow afford to live in an apartment that I can't even fucking find, let's be clear, it's not like I would suddenly meet anyone. Not like I would get a girlfriend. It's not like I would be able to have somebody I'd meet. I'd still just be alone. So if I'm just going to be always fucking alone, then what was even the point of even fucking moving out? Though I can say right now, from the way things are right now, with me living alone right now, I'll tell you this, I sure as fuck would never want to fucking live with my parents ever again. Don't get me wrong. I love my mom. I love my mom very, very, very much. But I will never, ever fucking live with her ever again. And keep in mind, out of all my family, she's the one who's the kindest, most respectful to me of all. Like, my dad, technically stepdad, but I respect him as my father a lot more than I did my biological dad. But like the rest of my family, it's just a lot of anger and resentment to the way they were about fucking things. But at the end of the day is this. They're overly fucking controlling and judgmental and just... It's just, in general, you feel like a constant lack of respect. Like you... And at the end of the day is this. I paid half the fucking rent. I paid for anything I personally wanted. I paid for my stuff with Scouts, for my stuff with school. I paid for any bills I personally had. And I paid half the rent. I wasn't a fucking parasite, and I wasn't a fucking burden. If anything, I was of assistance, and I made their lives better and easier. But looking back, yeah, I should have just got the fuck out as soon as possible. And heck, as is right now, I am currently on my mom's phone plan because it's a pretense. It gives me an excuse to go over and see my mom once a month so I can go over and visit her and give her the cash for my part of that bill. Main reason for doing that isn't a criticism of her. It's a criticism of myself. Because I know what kind of person I am. I know I'm an introverted, antisocial person, and to a degree, I feel a bit angry and resentful about how my family was about certain things. Okay? But in general, also, I'm a kind of person to withdraw to myself, too. At the end of the day, if I didn't have the excuse to fucking go over to where I have to go see her to give her money for a fucking phone bill, I probably would never go over. I would probably never go over and visit them ever. And here's the thing, it's not like I don't want to go see my mom. I love my mom. I enjoy going over to see her and spend time with her. I love my mom very much, and I want her to live forever. You know, if she ever dies, I'll be extremely sad, I'll miss her a lot, and I'll feel devastated. But I don't want to ever fucking live with her again. Because at the end of the day is this. Even though she treats me with more respect than anyone else in the fucking family, even she doesn't really actually treat me with fucking respect. It's just everyone's overbearing and judgmental and everyone's so fucking condescending. Even though I literally did nothing wrong to any of you, and I always treated you with respect, and I legitimately want you to love me and be proud of me. And I care about you as a person, and I accept you even with all your flaws. It's just... I wasn't a fucking parasite. I wasn't a fucking burden. If anything, I was of help to you, and I was able to make your lives better. I was paying half the fucking rent. And like I said, there was nowhere for me to go. There were no other apartments. There was nowhere for me to move into, let alone a way to afford it. Heck, I remember when I moved out, the only place I could go is, eventually I came across having a friend who had a fucking cabin in the woods, where it was just me and a couple other guys living there. It wasn't even an issue we didn't have heated water. We didn't have running water. I was spending like $400 a month in rent to fucking live there, among other bills I was dealing with. And I'll tell you this. We didn't have air conditioning. We didn't have proper heating. We had a fucking wood stove. There were times where the indoor of the building was like 40 fucking degrees. Heck, the man had a fish tank in there that didn't have any fucking fish in it. Fucking froze solid even though it's in the fucking living room. Literally had to like run the stove with the fucking door open to try to keep the house somewhat warm. It wasn't just an issue there was no running water. Like, it wasn't even an issue like there wasn't heated water in that place. Like, I couldn't take a shower, wash clothes there because there was no heated water, but there was no running water. Like, if I wanted to flush the toilet, I had to literally take snow from outside and melt it in a fucking skillet and then pour it into a fucking toilet tank. I was working 50 hours a week just to live basically in extreme poverty. And that was the best I could do. That was the best that was available. But yeah, when I lived with my parents, I basically stayed in my room, and here's the thing. I remember when I was in high school, and it's funny, my parents fucking drank. Granted, they didn't beat me or any fucking shit like that, but they were drinking a bunch of beer and fighting and arguing all the time until I was like 11 and a half. And then after that, they gave up drinking and Dad became a fucking deacon, which is fine. I'm glad he quit drinking. That's very good. Honestly, if they hadn't quit drinking, I probably would have fucking moved out immediately and disowned them, just because that was... I could definitely see how that would have been even much worse than what, my actual teenage life was. And in general, they let me go over spend the night at my friends' houses and stuff. But in general, I never brought my friends over. I think there was one time on my 18th birthday, they came over for half an hour to eat some cake in my kitchen, and then we left. Heck, I remember in my early 20s when I was first actually starting to be able to get people to date, and I had been alone my whole fucking life. I remember having a date who said that she wanted to come over and see my house for a bit. Came over fucking broad daylight. And, we're there for a couple minutes. Introduced her to my mom, take her in my room for like less than a minute just to see my room so she knows I'm not a fucking serial killer. Then we leave. Later that day, the next few days, I get fucking bitched at, as far as from my dad and my mom saying, "Oh, that's improper. What would the neighbors of the church think? What would God think?" I mean, to the point that basically, as far as Dad's concerned, it is a sin for me to even date a woman without marrying her first. How dare I even want to kiss a woman without wanting to marry her first? Even though the man went through like 6 marriages and committed adultery on every fucking wife, fucked a bunch of people. And it's like, again, I'm not judging for that. I'm judging for the fact that he's so fucking hypocritical and judgmental on me. And in general, as far as he's concerned, it's a sin for me to even date a woman, let alone if I were to decide to be bisexual or gay. And again, I'm not rebelling against you. I'm not rebelling against God. I'm not trying to hurt anyone or disrespect anyone. I just want a loving, caring relationship with someone who's kind to me and treats me right and respects me and appreciates me, to actually not feel fucking alone. But apparently, as far as he's concerned, here's the thing. I am fully 100% in support of Donald Trump. Because here's the thing. literally, if you look at everything going on with Donald Trump has not done anything wrong. And he is, at this point, it's like he's just supporting America, supporting Jesus, and supporting doing the right thing. It's literally just the party of common sense and doing the morally right thing. Instead, he views, like, I'm pro-Trump, 100%, whereas he literally thinks Trump is literally Antichrist. He's literally said that verbatim. I gotta blow my fucking nose. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That's probably fucking gross to listen to. But it's just, he has literally said that Trump is the actual fucking Antichrist from the Bible. When what? Like, he has actually done nothing wrong. It's like those people constantly saying Trump's Hitler and all that. But here's the thing. Trump isn't a fascist. He's not a racist. He's not a bigot. And he's not a Nazi. In fact, if you look at what he's actually doing, it's the complete fucking opposite of that. When was the last time you heard of the fucking Nazi party allowing free speech? Or actually caring about human rights? I mean, at the end of the day, what's so wrong with just saying, hey, maybe we want to stop USAID with all their fraud and embezzlement and money laundering. Maybe we want to make to where this huge bureaucracy isn't fucking eating off of us like a bunch of fucking ticks, and we're able to get some money back via Doge, so I can actually fucking afford to have a little bit of backed money in my fucking savings account, so I don't have to feel so worried about my fucking financial future. As where I work full-time plus overtime, work hard, I do manual labor, and I work fucking hard, and I still get fucking disrespected as if I'm just some lazy, entitled little bitch. When, oh no, yeah, it's so fucking wrong of me that I just want to be able to be financially secure. It's not like I'm asking to live in a fucking mansion. I just want to be sure that, hey, I'm not going to eventually like lose my fucking apartment and become homeless. And of course, I'm never going to get married again because, like I said, whole issue with my ex-wife was so fucking horrible. I'm never fucking going through that again. Especially, you have any idea how fucked up it is to be stuck in a legal contract with the government, to be stuck living with someone who is physically and emotionally and psychologically abusive to you? All the more when you have a child with that person, and you not only have to worry about the fact that your child is going to be taken away from you, but also the fact that while you're at work, the person you're with are they mistreating, abusing, and neglecting that child? I went through so much fucking bullshit between how I was personally treated as well as the fact that my own child was getting treated badly. And yet I was put into a situation where I was completely powerless and helpless to do anything to really even be able to protect my own fucking child. Because the whole fucking society is basically treats me like, well, I'm the man, so I'm automatically the fucking bad guy. So I get mistreated, and my child has to be mistreated because of the fucking misandry shit going on. I don't want to be stuck with a legal contract forcing me to live with someone who is fucking abusive to me. And I don't want to be in a situation where I have to deal with, well, I have a child that I love more than anything in the world who I can't protect, who has to deal with an abusive fucking mother while I'm at work, and I can't do anything about it because the police would automatically take her side, at which point what would happen? He'll say, oh, well, you could have fought more in the courts on stuff. Let's be clear. One, not only would I never fucking won that shit, but also that would put him more in danger of his mother. He would have never survived being alone with his mother. At the end of the day, every decision I made kept my son alive. And above all, I will always love him and care about him, even though we're basically estranged from each other now. But I'll say this, regardless of whatever kind of bullshit, his guardians or whoever said to him to try to manipulate him, or whatever issue that's going on in his life that I don't fucking understand, I will always love him, and I will always be there for him. So if he ever decides, he wants to see and talk to me more often or be there, I'll always be there for him. I'll always be available for him. Because I will always love him. But at the same time, is what is. And of course, if I decide to, openly become bisexual and gay in the future, there's a chance he might say, well, he might not want to talk to me because he might decide, oh, that's, same, seen as a sin or whatever, Because, granted, I'm religious too. I believe in God. But I don't see any reason why God would have an issue of me being bisexual. Now, today, if my son ends up having an issue with that, that's his choice, not mine. My response to that would simply be, I still love you, son. And it'll be his choice if he wants to see or talk to me. But at this point, that stuff's still completely in the closet. Nobody fucking knows about that shit. No one in my family, nobody, anything. At the end of the day, I really don't want to care about regard to how my son or my mom would react to it. And then as far as my son, it'd be like if I met a woman and started dating a woman and he was like, well, I don't approve you dating that girl. What? I'm an adult. I don't need to have someone else's approval, even my own mother or my own son, on who I date. It'd be like saying, what if I met a black woman and they say they have an issue with me dating a black woman? What, am I not going to date a black woman because they don't like black women? And again, that's the sort of thing I'm going with. Like, well, am I not going to date somebody because somebody else doesn't approve? Even if it's my mother, even if it's my son, even if it's a fucking pastor. And again, at this point, fuck the pastor. Because I'll tell you this. He fucking disrespected me and he fucking is ass. And of course, keep in mind, I was paying tithes and offering back then. I was working. I was doing stuff in school. I mean, keep in mind, I was 17 back then. And here's the thing. And I was still a little bit off-put by what happened. And my reaction to it was just the typical Oliver thing, except for this is probably the most aggressive I'd be with this. But basically, at this point, what was happening? I was at church, and it's definitely in a different light looking back, knowing that I'm autistic. But, I was 17. I paid tithes and offering. I paid for my own scout stuff. I paid for my own school stuff. I paid for everything I personally want. I work at minimum 37 and a half hours to 40 hours a week at a restaurant. I go to Boy Scouts, do that shit, Eagle Scout. And a lot of times I'm in charge of that shit with camp trips and all that. I'm going to school, and at least at this point, people aren't really bullying me. Usually by the time I turned 16 and a half, the bullying died down. I got bullied really fucking bad in school. But at that point, I wasn't really get bullied. I was still kind of off to myself, though, and a bit of a outcast, but at least people weren't like beating the fucking shit at me in a fucking back alley and stomping on my head and punching me thousands of times, or strangling me, or attempting to kill me, or stab me, or gouge out my eyes, or try to cut off my arms, or choke me out, or fucking hit me stuff, or throw shit at me. I wasn't being constantly told thousands and thousands and thousands of times every day how much of a worthless piece of shit I am, and how much everyone fucking hates me. On a typical day, I was told 1,000 times to go fucking kill myself. And that was just my time at fucking school. Like I said, granted, stuff got better. And again, I got straight A's. I did calculus, physics, chemistry, straight A's, Eagle Scout. Couldn't get a single fucking grant or scholarship, nothing. And even when I tried to look into places, because right after I graduated, I started working at a factory. I was usually working third shift, and I was working 13 days in a row, and I'd get one day off. Because that place wasn't working extra hours per days, but you'd work extra days. So usually what I would do is I would work 13 days in a row and then get one day off. And usually most of the time my one day off, I would go and try to go see my friends, because sometimes they'd be having a party or something. And I was trying to be sociable. One, because I care about my friends, and two, because I was hoping maybe there'd be a girl or someone there and I might be able to meet somebody. And a lot of times when I was at home, whether it was at school, when I was school age, or at work, I was older and I was still living with my parents, a lot of times I would either be in my room completely quiet, not making a fucking sound, or heck, I had a fucking amp for my electric guitar, and most of the time I wouldn't even plug it in, and yet I'd get bitched at for making too much noise playing my electric guitar with it not even plugged into an amp. It's an electric guitar, I'm in my room by myself, and it's not even plugged into an amp. Let's put it this way. When I was in high school, my dad, who decided to become a deacon, again, I'm glad he quit drinking. I'm very fucking grateful for that. Granted, like I said, they weren't drinking fucking Jack Daniels and they weren't fucking beating me. But as it was, if they had kept the route they were going, I would have fucking moved out and completely disowned them and not wanted anything to fucking do with them. And if they had been drinking hard and doing anything really bad, I probably would have reacted violently if they had gone that far. In general, like I said, I don't want to disrespect my parents. They did a good job raising me. But I'm a little miffed at certain things where I felt like I was overly judged on stuff and talked at. And again, I felt like I was doing a good job. It's not like I mean, I was bullied so much in fucking school, went through all this shit, was constantly alone, was so fucking depressed naturally. The doctors have been trying to tell me to take antidepressants for like a couple fucking decades plus. Then again, I already had PTSD shit since back when I was like 7 years old. But again, that's a whole separate fucking issue. And it's just thing after thing after thing. And it's like, oh my fuck. But it's like, he wound up becoming a deacon, overly fucking judgmental and strict about that shit. Which again, I don't mind him being a deacon, that's fine. It's just the fact that he's so fucking condescending. And here's the thing, for all that time you spent reading the Bible, oh, you're anti-gay, and you're also anti-Trump. And like, you think Trump should have been shot, you think Trump should have been killed. That you, like, when that assassination step, you, even mom, feel like he deserved to have been shot. And you literally call him the literal Antichrist when he hasn't done anything wrong, and he's literally, everything he's doing is just to make America better, to protect the country, to actually stand up for America, for Jesus, to do morally right things. I mean, at the end of the day, you only think he's the Antichrist because the fucking CNN told you so, or because the pastor told you so. At the end of the day, you're not worshiping God, you worship the pastor. At the end of the day, you only became a deacon because you said how scared you were of hell. Which again, I don't blame you for being scared of hell. But at the end of the day, you only became a deacon because you wanted to avoid hell. And you think as long as you have the pastor's approval, you will be able to avoid hell. You think as long as the pastor fucking approves you, that you have a free ticket to heaven and you don't have to go to hell. That's it. Hell, at the end of the day, you only married my mom because you had been previously married to her before I was even born. That's where my middle sister came from. And you initially abandoned them and ignored it. And again, you wind up fucking her, getting her pregnant with my middle sister when you were married to another woman who you're already committing adultery with on other women. And then even after my mom was pregnant and gave birth, even you were just ignoring her and had nothing to do with her and pretend she didn't even exist. And then after you kept fucking things up with that marriage you were in before, you then chose to marry my mom because the church told you you had to do it. And then you guys went through so much shit that I've already talked about in community posts, to where you guys got fucking divorced. And then my mom wound up getting back with my biological dad. And then, you know, I came out, which I'm glad for that. Thank you. I appreciate that I exist. I am glad I'm alive. Heck, I might have horrible depression, but I've never tried to kill myself, and I never will. Heck, I'm a depressed fucking person on the internet. And again, I don't judge people for taking antidepressants. That's fine. That's good for you. If you need them, good for you. I want you to do what's best for you. But I don't want to be dependent on chemicals. And even then, I'm also worried I wouldn't be able to afford it. Or what if I lost medical insurance? Like, what would happen if I was on antidepressants and all of a sudden I couldn't afford them anymore? And even then, I'm worried about like how that would affect me. And even if it had a good effect for me, I'm worried about me depending on stuff. I say that even though I've gone to the vitamin shop trying various natural supplements several times, all to no effect, whether hoping it would help improve my mood, help improve the depression, or the fact that my attention span and my short-term memory keeps getting worse and worse, or the fact that in general, just my testosterone level is basically fucking falling off a cliff, and I can't seem to build any muscle, and I'm fucking fat. So it's like, and in general, just a lot of my emotions and drives, things don't really feel or work the same as they used to. And it's just, and maybe part of that was just the time I was hospitalized a bit here and there from because I wound up getting like swelling of the brain and spinal cord, meningitis, encephalitis. They popped me full of chemicals like 3 days fucking straight to keep me from dying. And again, I don't want to be ungrateful to my family. I appreciate them for raising me. And my mom did a good job. You know, she'd cook home-cooked meals. I'd talk to her. I still love my mom very, very much. In fact, I love my mom pretty much more than anybody on the planet. The two people I love most in the whole world are my mom and my son. But I'm also angry at certain things that I feel where I feel they betrayed me. I feel they abandoned me. I feel they, threatened me or mistreated me. So, despite the fact that I love my mom, I'm very fucking angry about that shit. And looking back, like I said, after this shit went south with my biological dad and my mom, my dad my stepdad, I consider my dad a lot more than I do my biological dad. And at least he was there, I guess. But at the end of the day, he didn't really make our lives better. And he really, for the most part, there was a time during when I was a teenager, he went 2 years without really talking to me. For the most part, he really didn't talk to me, which is fine. That's actually probably the best thing he fucking did for me. Because at the end of the day, it's this. Anytime he would talk to me, it would always be some sort of insult or condescension. At one point, I even worked with him in multiple different jobs. And I was usually trying my best to be the hardest worker he had. And I would still get fucking talked down to as if I was being fucking lazy. Heck, there were times I would come into work and I was sick, had a fever of 102, and on my breaks I'd be going into the fucking bathroom and puking my fucking guts out. And yet I would still be there, fucking working harder than everyone else. And yet I'd be talked down to as if I was lazy. Heck, there was a time where it was negative degrees outside, negative Fahrenheit degrees, ice was fucking everywhere, I'm driving a fucking shit-ass car, I drive out the fucking, 20 miles to the fucking place he wants to fucking work at, and you know what, on the way there, I wind up almost getting fucking slammed into by a semi-truck head on, because my car slid a little bit, and it basically put me into the other lane of the road, going head to head with a fucking fully loaded semi-truck with a trailer and everything. In only way I was able to avoid being fucking head-on collision with a fucking semi-truck was to drive into a fucking field. And then I had to get myself out of the fucking field, and then I still went to fucking work. But guess what? I was 10 minutes late, so he wanted to bitch about that and saying, you know what, if you're not going to take this shit seriously, how about I just fucking fire you? Or at one point, they were missing $30 fucking dollars. And they accused me of fucking stealing. Are you fucking kidding me? I will say this. There was one time I was living with my mom and dad. And dad's had a biological son come stay with him because the guy was temporarily homeless. So he came by, was sleeping. And the dude wound up accusing me of somehow trying to sneak into where he was sleeping and fuck with his alarm clock. And of course, my dad stood up for me and against his own biological son. But at the end of the day, at that point, even if you fucking hated me, there had been no reason for you to say that I would have done the fucking thing. Because one, I didn't. I'm not the kind of person to do that kind of thing. But more than that is this. There had been no fucking way for me to have done it. With where it was and with everything going on with that, even if I had wanted to, there would have been no physical way for me to fucking do it. At the end of the day, it would be the equivalent of the police showing up to the house and accusing me of stealing the fucking Eiffel Tower from fucking France. Even if you fucking were to hate me and even think I would do the thing, there's no physical way I can go to France and steal the fucking Eiffel Tower. At which point, agreeing with anyone making said accusation against me would only make him look bad. Which at that point, here's the thing. For all him saying you shouldn't care what people think, which is what he said in regard to what I was saying about the fucking pastor thing, let's be clear. He's the one overly judgmental and condemning of me, to where even if I was dating a woman, just trying to go on a date with her, he was literally even saying that was a sin against God. As far as he's concerned, before I even go on a first date with a woman or even kiss a girl, I need to already marry her before I even go on a date. That I should be married to a woman. Not even just engaged. I need to be actually fully legally married, both in the church and in the court of law to the government. I need to be physically fucking married with a legal document before I even so much as go on a date with a woman. Before I even kiss a woman. The amount of overbearing, hypocritical, over-judgmental shit, and the amount of, just the point where, here's the thing. If I decide to become openly bisexual in regard to things, I'm actually literally am worried that my parents would turn physically fucking violent. And here's the thing. My biggest problem with that is this. I love my mom very much. I enjoy spending, she's got her issues. But I'll tell you this. I love my mom. I love her very, very much. I enjoy being able to see her. Enough to have that pretense with the phone thing as an excuse to go see her. Because I know the kind of... And again, I'm Not trying to insult her with this. It's, I know what kind of person I am. I know I'm introverted. I know I'm withdrawn. I know my main reaction to any sort of thing that makes me uncomfortable is just to fucking withdraw away from it. I'm not an aggressive, hostile person. Heck, I got bullied so fucking much in school and got treated like garbage. There was times where people would strangle me and I have 60 people fucking laughing at me. There's times I'd have people run up behind me, drop kick me in the back of the legs, and we'd be in the middle of fucking intramurals. You'd have 300 people there. I had fucking 300 people fucking laughing at me, wanting me to fucking die. I'd be walking down the street and sometimes people would throw shit out their fucking windows at me. How many times on just the side of a fucking street, and great, I haven't actually been in a fucking fight in a long ass time. Not that I was ever fucking good at them, but most of them were usually 3 against 1 or 5v1, and it was usually just me getting punched thousands of fucking times. I remember one, like I was 13 years old, coming home with a fucking giant ass purple bruise on the left temple sticking out a couple inches. You have any idea how fucking shitty it is to have 5 people around you beating the fucking shit out of you for like half hour to an hour, to be slammed into a brick wall, to be kicked in your head, to be stomped on, to be kicked in the ribs, to be punched thousands of times? And that's not a fucking exaggeration even for that one single fucking time. And let's be clear, my dad, my stepdad, didn't exactly show any sort of response to that at all. He literally said nothing to me. My mom, let me have the day off school the next day. And I basically just stayed home and played some video games. I think she also gave me a hug. I appreciate that. That meant a lot. I really appreciated that. One thing that really pissed me the fuck off with Dad is this. A decade and a half later, when I was in my, basically like, I think I was like 27 or something like that. I was married at that point. And, I was at a place working with my dad. And we happened by chance to see one of the main players in that, group of people that beat the fucking shit out of me when I was 13. Now, I didn't go up to that person and say anything to them, and it was just a temporary encounter. We kept going, and I mentioned it to my dad later that day. It's not like I expected him to want to be angry and attack that person. I wouldn't want that. Nor would I want a fucking patronizing sort of bullshit of being, oh, that's so sad. Oh, come here, I'll give you a hug. Like, no, I didn't want that either. I wouldn't want him to be angry and start a fucking fight or do shit. Nor would I want him to be fucking patronizing or overly emotional. All I really wanted was just a general expression of, yeah, I can see how that would still bother you. But things are doing better. You can even throw God in there. I'm like, God's got your back now. Everything worked out. That's fucked up. So yeah, I can understand that, man. But don't worry about it. That shit's in the past. You got a life going on now. You got a family. Things are going good. Heck, things will keep going better. I was looking for some form of fucking encouragement and an expression that you fucking cared. I didn't want you to be like angry and attack anybody, nor did I want you to be overly emotional or patronizing. But at the end of the day, either of those, even though I wouldn't have wanted those either of those would have still been better than what you actually fucking did. Like I said, all I ideally would have wanted would be just, even if it came across flat and apathetic, just a general fucking expression of, oh, I understand how that would bother you. Your emotional feelings to this are valid. And that sucks. And that's fucked up. And maybe just a general expression of, I didn't like it when, you got the fucking shit kicked out of you at that particular time. I would have appreciated that. Instead, what I immediately got was a fucking... I got admonished. I got fucking admonishment. He basically talked down to me with no fucking care or concern, as if he was criticizing me, as if I was being lectured to, as if I had done something wrong. His response was, "Why do you even care about that anymore? That was so long ago. Now hurry up, we need to get to work. And don't let this bother you while we're working." So what I wind up getting out of this is you literally did not give a shit then, and you don't even give a shit now. You don't care about how I feel about the thing at all. And you care more about how I will make you look at your job or hinder you at your job. You know, we're going to do a job, and I always work really hard at it, and I actually am the most hardworking, reliable, and competent person who ever worked alongside you with this kind of shit, to the point that some people say, "Oh, is it nepotism?" One, he underpaid me on this shit. And two, I'd say, well, he didn't want to get paid too much either. He didn't care, because as far as he was concerned, he didn't want to make money. He wants to live in poverty, given the way he is with that shit. Because at the end of the day, if he didn't, he wouldn't give literally everything he had to the fucking church. And then to the point, like right now, his life is the church. He wakes up, he reads the Bible, he prays, he goes to work, he goes to church, comes home, reads the Bible. That's it. He doesn't seem happy. He seems like the most bitter, unhappy person in the world. And here's like, he has never played a single video game, ever. Any kind of video game, of any iteration whatsoever. He has never played a single fucking video game. He doesn't listen to music unless it's gospel music. And here's the thing. He thinks Trump is the Antichrist. At the same time, he also hates Christmas. He's like, Christmas is just a pagan holiday. It's gross and it's horrible and it's demonic. Okay, so let me get this straight. You don't like Christmas. You hate Christmas. You are anti-gay. And in general, you judge and condemn me for having any kind of relationship, even with a woman. And it's not like I'm going out like fucking a bunch of women. It's not like I'm going out to a bar and just having one-night stands and fucking a bunch of drunk whores or some shit. I was legitimately trying to have loving relationships with people. I was trying to date women with the intention of marriage. I was literally going with the intention to have a wife and a family, because I legitimately wanted a wife and a family. I was trying to do essentially things in the spirit of what the Bible would want, for people to pursue families. Now I'm completely fucking against that, because I've had such a terrible experience with my ex-wife. And at the end of the day is this. In general, there's no way a family could work in this society. And again, above all is this. I am never having a fucking family taken away from me again. Why the fuck would I ever want to date a woman? So what? So I can get divorced again? So I can be stuck in a legal contract forcing me to be with someone who's abusive to me again? So I can have someone else commit adultery against me and basically be treated like I was a fucking cuck? To be rendered in a situation where I'm completely powerless and helpless, to be treated like fucking shit, and then fucking condemned as if I'm a bad person because, oh, you're the man, you deserve to be cheated on. And here's the thing. And people say, oh, you must have been beating your wife. You must have been cheating on her first. You must have been terrible in bed. All those terrible things. I go, great, whatever. And it's just, and above all is this. Why the fuck would I ever want to get married again if I know that any children I have are going to be taken away from me? If I know that while I'm at work, whatever woman I'm married to is going to neglect and abuse my child while I'm gone, where I know that no matter what happens, no matter how good of a father I am, and no matter how bad the wife is in regards to our child, I'm still going to lose my child. I'm still going to lose my children. What man in his right mind would ever agree to get married and have a family if you know not only is it basically a guarantee that you're going to get a divorce, but you know that at any time, even if you were to somehow work out the marriage and your marriage lasted forever, it's just the fact that even 30 years later, at any time that marriage can just end. you can be betrayed at any time, and there's nothing you do about it. And your life can be, here's the thing. No man wants to ever have to sit in a fucking divorce court or a family court. And thankfully, I can say this. I've at least been somewhat blessed with that because it's not been that bad. I've been fairly lucky at that because a lot of people go through much worse and most of them kill themselves. Most people get put into a financial situation where literally they'd have to work 2 full-time jobs and they'd still be fucking homeless, to where there's no physical way they could ever survive. And on top of that is this. Let's be clear. People say, well, maybe you shouldn't have married the woman you're with. First, I'll say this. I married the woman I married because I loved her and I trusted her. But I can also say this. Looking back at things, had I not married her, I would have never had a wife. There was literally no other woman out there. I literally married the only woman on the planet available for me to marry. There was nobody else. Had I not married her, there would have never been another wife or anyone else. I would never had a child. Now I'll say this. For everything that happened, I have so many happy memories of raising my son, especially because, like I said, he lived with me till shortly after he was 3 years old. I have many happy memories, and I cherished every moment with him. I would give him 100 hugs a day and told him every day 12 times that I love you and I'm proud of you. I tried to be everything for him as a father that I wanted in a father. I looked at all the shit that I didn't like about my childhood, and I was like, I'm going to make things better. And heck, that's even the thing about the autism thing. Apparently my biological father is where the autism comes from. Not that it was noticeable, because he was always fucking drunk. He was out of my life by the time I was like 6 years old. Maybe 5, maybe 7, but I think it was like 6. And for the most part, he really didn't have anything to do with me since then. That being said, he was drunk his entire life. I don't have a single memory of him where he wasn't drunk, and I have barely a handful of memories of him. And he died back when I was like 27. But apparently autism's from him. And here's the thing. I don't think any less of my son for being autistic. That was part of the reason why it started becoming, because it was becoming very noticeable to people around him that he was behaving, he has autism. And at first I'm like, that can't be. Huh. And then people started mentioning the idea like, maybe you have autism. And then of course, as time goes on, more and more people around me are starting to just, people that don't even know me, are just seeing slight things and like just mentioning it. And of course, I'm more aware of it, like, okay, I'm pretty sure I do have autism. Okay. And it's not that I think less of my son in any way. Heck, I don't view myself as broken, at least not in regard to my autism. Other things, yes. There's many other things in regard to my personality where I'm fucking broken and defective. But you know what? When it comes to autism, I'm not stupid, I'm not broken, I'm not defective. I'm just have my own unique way of viewing the world and interacting and feeling about stuff. That being said, I don't want to change. I am fine being me. It's more so I want to find someone who loves and accepts me for who and how I am. That actually likes me as I am and accepts me as I am. And actually thinks I'm perfect the way I am. And as far as my son, I don't think any less of him for it. It's more so along the lines of, I can look back and see that I ran into certain difficulties when I was younger. And I can see how autism may have played a role in that. It's more so on my end, when I think about that stuff, I'm thinking, I'm worried about my son. I remember a lot of very painful things that I went through. And I don't want him to suffer like that. I don't want him to go through the things that I went through. There were so many things. Granted, I don't cry in front of people, but I've cried in some of these videos. And in general, there was a long stretch of time where I was literally crying every fucking night. Where I was just, heck, I remember when he first moved out, there was a lot of times I was just sitting in his room crying my fucking eyes out. And like I said, for the first 5 fucking years after he moved out, I'd spend a couple hours a day sitting in his bedroom talking to his stuffed animals. And in general, I would basically just, over that and many other things, a lot of times I would probably cry like every day, listen to some fucking nightcore music in my bed in the dark in front of a fucking fan. But in general, in real life, I don't talk about my emotions, I don't share that stuff. I behave very stoic, with a filter. Heck, I basically air quotes mask to basically, whether it's my autism, depression, or other mental illness, I basically mask that fucking shit so I can, one, just be a functioning member of society, go to work, do my job, and make the bare minimum for me to be able to not be fucking homeless. Aside from that, a little bit extra, maybe get some snacks, a pizza, and get a video game for Steam. Maybe get some manga and some anime. But at the end of the day, I don't think I'm asking too much on that. But I don't want him to suffer. I don't want him there's so many things I went through that were so fucking painful for me. Things that hurt me, things that made me cry. I don't want him to go through those things. I want him to have a better life. And I'll say this, while I am upset that I'm estranged from him, also I'm pissed off that I wasn't able to be the one to raise him. I wanted to raise him. I wanted to be a good father. It's not like I walked out and fucking abandoned him. He was fucking taken away from me. And then I had to agree to live with his guardians because it was the only way to prevent his mother from fucking killing him. Which I know, looking at everything go on, even if I tried to fight shit in the court, even if I didn't agree to that and try to... No. At the end of the day, he would have never survived. He would be dead. And of course, there's always the possibility some fucked up thing could happen in the future. I don't know the future. I have no control over anything. There's nothing I can fucking do. But I know this. Whatever happens on the path that I'm currently on, I have chosen the best possible path. The best possible timeline. There is no other path that could have been better. Any other path I could have chosen would have resulted in his death in a much horrible way. Way long ago. Something bad could happen in the future. Of course, as a parent, I'm worried about shit all the fucking time. I'm really upset about that shit. And I miss him. I miss my son. But at the same time, there's nothing I can fucking do about anything. But I can also know that the decision I made that even went down this path is the best possible one. Because I can look at the results of any of the other choices I could have made, and he'd be dead. And the same way people say, oh, you should have just chose a better woman. One, there was no other woman. And even if it's like, well, you should have been more jacked and more alpha, like Giga Chad, whatever bullshit, and had a better job and all that. One, it's not like I've been lazy. I've been working my whole life. I work in factories, okay? It's kind of hard, especially with inflation and the way things are. I mean, heck, I think there was a recent thing saying that between Generation Zoomers right now, the amount of purchasing power an adult has now, after the way rent and shit is 86% less than what the boomers had, which means in terms of disposable income or general survivability, it is much harder for people nowadays than what it was back in like the 80s and 70s or even the 90s, okay? Rent proportionally to what people make on average income is like almost double. The amount of extra money people have left over. A lot of people out there are just trying to survive paycheck to paycheck, okay? Yes, I spend some money on video games, yes. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't do drugs. I don't do anything really fancy. I don't really buy any new clothes ever. I've been driving the same car since for 14, 15 years. And even then, it was a used car that I bought, so it wasn't even new when I got it. It was already a bit of an older car to begin with. Heck, part of my car has been leaking and growing mold for the past 6 years. I can't afford to fix that. Because at the end of the day, they can't fix it without tearing everything fucking completely apart. So at that point, it'd be cheaper just to get a new fucking car. Which you can't do. But, yeah. Aside from that, yeah, I bought a PS5 a year ago. And, I have things like, I'll buy some snacks, some soda, I'll get some fast food. Probably why I'm so fucking fat, though. But hey, I have a gym membership, but most of my time at the gym I just spend on the fucking elliptical because my knees, granted they're better off from the previous job I was at, where my knees and my chest were going. If I hadn't quit that previous job I had before this one, I was going to be dead. I was going to die of a fucking heart attack. But even then, and of course, a lot of that job it fucked my knees up, but they're better, but I'm still working. I can't really complain too much about my current job. It is a lot of manual labor and hard work, but at the end of the day, I'm able to at least pay my bills. Granted, there's some things that are a slight bit of danger and risk and worry, but at the end of the day, it's this. I'll get through it one day at a time. At the end of the day, my main goal at work is just not to fuck up and not die. And not screw up in some way. I always feel like I'm going to do something fucking wrong or something like that. But it's just... Main point is this. Even if I had a better money and looked more attractive, okay, I could have had... Even if I had the choice of any other woman in the world, more likely what happened, we would have stayed together long enough to have 3 kids, at which point I would have gotten divorced in the same circumstances and then had 3 children taken away from me. So at the end of the day, and a lot of it's not choosing, oh, you chose wrong. Look at the fucking divorce statistics. Heck, the only reason the divorce statistic is starting to dip is because nobody's getting fucking married anymore. And even then, like, let's be clear. Back when I was trying to date people, both in the time before I even met my ex-wife, and even after I got divorced, I was trying to ask women out. Even when I was like, I'm not even going to try to bother dating anymore, I would still see a woman at a restaurant or something, and I would try to talk to her. And it's just, I've talked about that a little bit in some community posts, but just the amount of rejections. I'm pretty sure, not counting online dating, I probably got rejected by over 10,000 women over the course of my life. And here's the thing, like I said, I wound up getting bitched at, like, even though I was early 20s, had basically no relationships, gave every red flag for being suicidal and depressed, treat my parents with absolute respect, don't do any drugs, pay half the fucking rent, and I bring a date over for a girl. Like, you think most parents would be ecstatic, like, hey, you finally have someone to go on a date with. Yay, you should be. No, I get fucking bitched at. Like, oh, it's a sin. It's a sin against God for you to date a woman without being married to her first. Like, how dare you even want to kiss a woman or anything without being married to her? So what the fuck? And then I get fucking talked down to and judged for the fact that, well, you still live under our roof and all that shit. I pay half the rent. I pay for any bills I personally have. I pay for my car. I pay for the gas. I pay for anything I personally have. Any anime or games I want, I pay for. I don't make any fucking noise. I don't bother you. I treat you with respect. I don't cause you any fucking problems. And I legitimately love and respect you. And you're going to talk down to me like that and be that fucking... And at the end of the day, shouldn't you just want me to be happy? Shouldn't you care about my well-being? And at the end of the day is this. I wasn't being a burden to you. It's not like I was some parasite living off you. I was working like 60 hours a week, paying half the rent, paying all my own shit, doing chores around the house, taking the dog for walks, and finally show some sign that I might actually be able to have a relationship or something, which would be the only way I'm ever going to be able to fucking leave, I guess. And it's just, you have some issue with that. It's like you want to judge me for anything you see as a slight inconvenience on you, but you also want to sabotage me and undermine me at anything that would make it where I wouldn't have to be. And at the end of the day, even when I have to be, I am of benefit to you. I'm paying half the fucking rent at that point. Granted, this is like well over a decade ago, not a decade and a half ago, but I'm just like, it's the amount of fucking disrespect. And again, like I said, I'm glad that my dad stopped drinking. I appreciate that. I am very happy he did that. Same with mom. I'm glad she stopped drinking too. And I'll say this, my mom was a very good mom. Heck, when I was 12 years old, we got in a car accident. She leaned over me, saved my life. We got in a car accident, got hit right on my side, the passenger side. She saved my life. I was 12 years old. My mom instinctively, leaned over me and protected me. My mom saved my life. We got knocked out, I would assume like 30 seconds or something, I'm not sure. But we were knocked unconscious, all 3 of us. I remember waking up, dad's in the driver's seat, unconscious. Mom's in the middle, next to me, and I'm in the passenger seat. And I'm looking up at my mom. And I'm 12 years old, mind you. And my mom has this cut on her forehead. And a bit of the skin is pushed to the side. I can see her skull. I can see the white. And it's not just like a sliver. I can see, like I probably would have been able to put my thumb and fit it inside the area where part of her forehead, the skin on her forehead is pushed to the side. And I can see just her fucking skull. Granted, for the most part, that scar is healed up for a lot. And heck, I think a couple years later I even made a slight joke about a Bride of Frankenstein sort of joke, which actually made her laugh. But, yeah, Didn't mean any disrespect to her. Not that I wasn't fucking grateful for her. It just, my mom and I tend to have a little bit of dark humor on things sometimes, okay? I can definitely tell that there's certain personality characteristics that I definitely take from my mom, whether it's on a genetic level or the fact that she is the main predominant person who raised me. And I'll tell you this. I appreciate my mom. I love my mom. Don't get me wrong, I still respect my dad. For as much as I'm fucking bitching about him on this. Because at the end of the day, if I decide to be openly bisexual or whatever, I would hope that he would be accepting me. And it's like, well, if he really cares about you, he should want you to go to heaven. If he really fucking cared about that kind of shit, he would have been nicer to me and fucking in general. No, it's not an issue of actually caring about me going to heaven. It's him caring how he looks to the church. At the end of the day, if I decide to become bisexual, what he cares the most about is that it would make him look bad in front of other people, in front of the pastor, in front of the church. And he'd also be looked down to as far as a fucking deacon. Then again, what fucking good was all that decades of being a deacon and reading the Bible and giving all your extra money to the point of poverty to the fucking church for you to think Trump is the Antichrist? Oh yeah, we're going to stand against the person who says we shouldn't have 1 million undocumented people just flooding in with violent crimes, saying that we should be able to make America a financially better country, actually care about the people, stop the giant bureaucracy from bleeding everyone dry, the person saying the war should stop so people can stop dying, the person whose opponents are wanting to crush free speech and are literally just constantly speaking about bigotry and racism. Donald Trump, unironically, is a leader who cares the most about fulfilling Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream. At the end of the day, standing against Trump is the same as being pro-racism and bigotry, because Trump is against racism and bigotry. He is not a racist, he is not a bigot, and he is not a criminal, and he's not a bad person. He is actually being a good leader. For once, we actually have a competent leader who actually has assertiveness, and above all, he's actually has full transparency with everything he's doing. Think about how amazing that is to actually know what your government is doing, or the fact that they're doing so with the interest of the American people. I like the idea of a presidential leader who actually cares about our country and making our country better, and who actually cares about helping the American citizens and helping the economy. And aside from that, you have all these people saying, oh, all this stuff with Hamas, and they're like pro-Hamas on this shit, and of course, he doesn't talk about that shit, but basically, the people against Trump on that point are usually people saying, the pro-Hamas saying kill all Israel and all that shit. And it's like, you have these people who are kidnapping innocent civilians, who are murdering people, who want to institute Sharia law, and basically they want to destroy Western society. They want to institute their laws of complete oppression. You have people that are basically pro-slavery, both in terms of that as well as the bureaucracies, to where they want to have all this money getting embezzled from the taxpayers. Why should I have to pay all this tax money for stuff I don't support in other parts of the world when I am financially struggling to live paycheck to paycheck? Why can't that money be spent on our own country? And why can't I keep more of that money so that my own standard of living can be better? So that I don't have to worry about what happens if I don't be able to pay the rent. Or what if my car breaks down? I just won't have a car anymore. There's no way I can afford to get another car. And at the end of the day is this. These people are basically saying, they're against Jesus and against America. These people constantly are saying death to America and death to Jesus. And I mean, heck, you have that one story in England where there's multiple times where the government there is arresting people for silently praying to Jesus. You have people that have been thrown in prison for praying silently to Jesus, where it's been criticized that, you can't even pray that if you mention that you were praying in your own home, you could be arrested for that. It's not even exaggeration. There are people being fucking arrested for years over fucking memes, over making a joke on the internet, or having an opinion that the government doesn't approve of. That is straight up Nazi Hitler right there. That is Nazi Germany. Heck, even in Germany itself, saying you can't criticize people or have an opinion that might, influence or change people. Basically, it's saying, okay, at this point, my view of the modern left is, they're all pro-cancel culture, and canceling people and getting rid of free speech, because in a free market environment of ideas, their ideas don't stand a chance. It's literally just the dumbest, most hateful, bigoted shit in the world. At the end of the day, given everything Trump has said, to be against Trump is the same as being a bigot, being a racist. Being against Trump is the same as hating America and hating Jesus. Because at the end of the day, he's actually standing up for those values. And some people say, well, he hates gay people. No, he doesn't. He's hosted gay weddings. He literally doesn't give a shit. Literally, Trump has described it as this. It's like being at a restaurant. He himself likes a steak. But that other guy at the other table, he's eating a salad. He's not judging the man for eating a salad, the salad being gay. The salad represents being gay. The steak represents being heterosexual. Trump likes his steak. It's delicious. He doesn't really like salad. But he's not going to judge the man eating the salad. He doesn't want to eat a salad himself, but he's like, that guy likes what he wants off the menu, and I like my steak. He doesn't like the steak. I don't like his salad. That's cool. He has his food. I have mine. That's it. That's how he views it, just as that person has their preference. The end. Heck, at the end of the day, it's more so the fact, especially since I don't think I would ever want to date anyone with a vagina ever again. And again, it's not that I hate women. I don't hate women. I don't want to take away anybody's rights. I'm not angry or hurtful or wishing harm on anyone. I'm just saying that I need to be able to feel safe with someone if I'm going to have to date them or be in a relationship with them. And then day, I'm too fucking traumatized by my bad experience, especially with my ex-wife, to the point that I can't really view a relationship with someone with a vagina as something I'd feel safe with. Heck, at this point, I would view it the same as a mouse looking at a fucking mousetrap. You know, I see it as certain fucking death. That basically the wages of women is death. The wages of women is sin. And again, nothing bad on women. I still very friendly and talk to them whenever I see them. And heck, I certainly wouldn't be against being friends with a woman. Heck, whether it be a fucking VTuber that's a woman, or just a woman on the internet, or just a woman in real life. I wouldn't mind, going on a walk on a bike trail. Because like I said, I like going on walks on bike trails. It'd be nice to bring someone with me, whether it's a platonic friend or a romantic one. And I certainly wouldn't mind having a platonic friend that's a woman to walk with me on a bike trail. That'd be nice. But that's all it would be. It's just a friend, just platonic. I can't see myself romantically or even sexually wanting to pursue someone who possesses a vagina. It's not me saying women are bad or women are this or that. It's me saying I just don't feel comfortable with romantically or sexually pursuing someone with a vagina ever again due to my own emotional feelings about things. I don't wish any harm on anyone or to take away anyone's rights. I just don't want to romantically or sexually pursue someone with a vagina ever again. So at this point, me saying I'm bisexual is basically me saying I like femboys and futanari. Heck. And of course, there's bishounen. In general, basically me saying I'm basically going to be gay. I'm going to date guys. But at the same time, I would still prefer to date someone I would find attractive and, I guess the air quotes bear is not my type. Like, basically, the types of people I would be attracted to would basically be three groups of people. So bisexual, but there's also the middle area. Basically, take Emil. Emil is a good example here. Right now, he's being a fucking asshole, though. So, yeah, like I said, fuck off with that shit, Emil. Fuck off. You can fuck the right off with the offing fuck. Fuck off, Emil. That's fucking bullshit. Fuck you. But again, I'm talking about fuck you in a different way right now. But right now, let's be clear. Even if you were wanting to at this point, I wouldn't want to because I'm fucking pissed at you with the other sense of fuck you. Because, like I said, I'm not going to be attracted to somebody if I feel that I'm not safe with them. And in the same regard, I'm not going to be attracted to someone if I feel that they do not respect me. And at this point, you're fucking talking down to me and insulting me. So fuck you. And not even in the good way that I was trying to talk about in the other way, which is, what the fuck is this fucking structure of this conversation? I don't know. Main point being is this. I would describe myself as bisexual. I like femboys and futanari. Femboy, think like a Stolfo or Felix from, I think it's ReZero. At the same time, other end, futanari. What do I mean by futanari? I mean a non-operate, trans woman. And everyone's like, what do you mean by non-op? Meaning, I still want them to have their cock and balls. Because one, I like cock and balls. I like dick. I love dick. I love balls. Okay? I would much rather suck a dick than eat a vagina. Okay? And yes, I'd probably be a little bit of a bottom in a relationship, okay? I'd probably would wind up getting fucked in the ass more often than I'd be the one fucking, okay? I'd probably still top sometimes, but for the most part, I'd probably be more of the bottom, okay? Heck, in general, I'd say ideally, my type might be like Sylvia. Like futanari, I would say Sylvia. Like heck, maybe a tall, dominant futa, basically a trans woman, big titties and a big dick and balls, with high sex drive, who thinks I'm cute, who is a bit dominant, but would never ever hurt me under any circumstance, and loves me and thinks I'm the most cutest, most awesome, pretty, handsome guy she's ever met, and loves me, and is a loving, caring, doting, kind, sweet partner that I can just like be in the kitchen, we cook some omelets, and have breakfast together. You know? I'm just saying I could definitely see myself, sucking her dick and bouncing up and down on her cock, okay? And also her giant big titties are awesome too. And she has a very pretty face. But yeah, that's what I mean by futa. Modern definition of a futanari. For the real world definition of futanari is this. It is a trans woman who identifies as a woman and has a feminine face, feminine body, but still has their cock and balls. I am against the whole bottom surgery thing. If anyone did get a bottom surgery, I certainly wouldn't want to date them. You might say, well, they wouldn't want to date you either. That's fine. Why would I care at that point? I don't want to date them. If I'm going to date anybody, I want them to have their cock and balls. And in general, I'm against people, I don't like the idea of bodily mutilation, okay? It's just not for me. Not a thing I'd be all comfortable with. Like, granted, I've dated women that have, like, tattoos and piercings, but I certainly wouldn't want to date someone who had, like, 500 fucking piercings, okay? In general, not my preference, okay? Not judging people for that choice. And again, in general, I've said this. I support the gay and trans community. I just don't want it to be pushed on children, okay? I don't want it in schools or churches. I don't want it on kids. And as far as I'm concerned, if someone wants to be gay, they shouldn't make that decision to be gay until they're 15. And if someone decides, hey, I might be trans, you probably shouldn't make that decision until you're 17. And you probably shouldn't be taking any hormones till you're 19. And in general, I would advise completely against anybody doing any sort of surgeries, but I would say 26 is probably the best age on that. But again, if you're an adult, I'm not going to stop you from doing what you want with your life. It's your body, your life, you do you. I'm just saying if I was going to date somebody, it'd be a deal breaker for me if they didn't have their cock and balls, okay? I would not be able to, one, I like cock and balls, and two, I just would not feel okay with that relationship, even on an emotional level, for multiple reasons. One, because of the vagina, and two, because the person physically changed their body in such a drastic, irreversible way. It would bother me. And granted, other stuff, not that big a deal. Like, all of a sudden they got tits. I'm okay with that. It's just the other thing irks me. That's my own personal choice on that. So it's not an issue of me condemning anyone. It's me just saying who I'd be willing to date. It'd be like saying you wouldn't date someone with a certain hair color. Like, oh, this person has purple hair. Or red hair. Like, not that I would really actually mind either of those hair colors. I'm just saying that's what it amounts to. It's just... basically, a woman, a trans woman who is feminine, identifies as a woman, has feminine face, feminine body, but, still has their cock and balls. Basically, a trans woman who has no intention of ever ever having bottom surgery, has no intention of ever cutting off their dick or balls, and who actually loves their cock and balls. If I were to ever date a trans woman, I would want a trans woman who has their cock and balls, and I would want a trans woman who actually loves their penis. I would want them to love their penis and testicles. I would want them to be immensely proud of their penis and testicles. And I'd want them to be a bit of a top. Our relationship would basically be us walking at a fucking, hiking trail, and then coming back and playing a fucking co-op split screen of Halo, where afterwards I suck her dick and then she pounds my pussy. Yes. Every fucking moment of this conversation, I make everyone out there more uncomfortable. With every passing video, everyone wonders. The last video I saw from Lunar 88 was the cringiest thing. The most uncomfortable thing I've ever listened to. The most obnoxious, stupid bullshit I've ever heard. And yet with every video, just by being myself, I surpass the cringiest thing you ever thought possible. And like I said, I love my mom. She saved my life when I was 12 years old. And heck, I had a bladder surgery a year and a half ago. She came over for 3 days and 3 nights and spent the day over. We watched some fucking Jackie Chan and Conan the Barbarian. I enjoyed spending time with my mom. I was happy to spend time with my mama. It sucked the circumstances, though. I was in a lot of pain. But I was happy to spend the time with my mom. And I appreciate that she was willing to go with me to have the surgery, because I needed bladder surgery because I had a stricture inside my bladder. So if I didn't get that fixed, my bladder was going to seal itself off and then explode, and then I was going to die. If it wasn't an issue of get the surgery or death, I probably would have not done it. It was all around a horrible fucking experience. Okay? Heck, after the surgery, I had to keep a fucking Foley catheter up my dick. Which means a Foley catheter means it has a little balloon filled with fluid inside your bladder to keep it in place. And here's the thing. It had to be a certain type of catheter too. A dilating type one. It was extra thick. Because of the type of surgery I had. Otherwise, it had to make sure my urethra wouldn't just shut it the fuck up. Much like everyone listening to this probably hopes I would just shut the fuck up. But then again, who the fuck would have stayed here this long to listen to this video? I will say this. If you are here listening to this, as much of a fucking tsundere as I am, I appreciate you. Thank you for listening to me ranting. I don't know why we're fucking ranting. I think something about what is currently happening in the video game just sort of stirred something in me. Everyone's like, don't mention stir after you were mentioning a fucking futa fucking your pussy. Like, whatever. You guys get the joke. What the fuck am I talking about? I don't know. Main thing, the catheter was a horrible fucking experience. I was in a lot of pain. I would have liked if they gave me morphine, but they fucking wouldn't. Because I know that first night I was home from that, I asked my mom to take me to the emergency room. I asked people at the emergency room to give me some fucking morphine. They wouldn't give it to me. They acted like I was some fucking drug addict trying to get a fucking fix. I have a tube in my dick. Okay? I'm not a fucking drug addict. I'm in pain. Fucking disrespectful fucking assholes. I'm here being polite despite the fact that I'm incredible fucking paid, and you disrespect me. You could have at least been polite. But no, you act like I'm some fucking drug addict seeking a fucking fix. I have a tube in my dick. And like I said, it had me an extra thick because of the way my surgery was. So essentially, I had a catheter that was the thickness of a number 2 pencil, 14 inches up my dick. Do you have any idea how much that hurts? Heck, when I removed that thing myself, because you remove that shit yourself, it was like 49, 50 hours later. Initially, obviously it had 2 nozzles on the side, hooked to where the bag went. One nozzle hooks to the tube that goes to the bag. The other nozzle allows you to withdraw the fluid from the Foley balloon that keeps it inside your bladder securely. Obviously, it's like a little syringe without a needle. You pull that, you pull out 10, I think it was milliliters or whatever. Some unit of 10. It was a fairly decent amount of fluid to deflate the balloon. Which again in of itself was not pleasant. And then at first I tried standing inside my shower as I went to go pull this fucking 14 inches up my fucking dick, because I measured it after I fucking took it out of me, because the part of it that was upside in my fucking dick, all of the part that was inside my flesh for 50 fucking hours, if you don't count the time of the surgery, was discolored from being inside my fucking flesh. And I measured it. So I had something the thickness of a number 2 pencil that was 14 inches up my fucking pee hole. And first when I tried to pull it out of my fucking dick standing in the shower, I had to stop because I started to actually pass out. My vision went fully almost black with red, and I was losing feeling in my limbs, and I almost fucking collapsed. After being able to regain feeling in my limbs, I then went and sat on my toilet, and what felt like eternity, I pulled that fucking thing out of me. And that was a miserable fucking experience. And I'll tell you this, it hurt to pee for a few days, if not a week after that. I'll tell you this, the first few days after removing that thing from my dick, I was literally fucking screaming as I was peeing. And here's the thing, during that time, because I used 5 vacation days. I used the bare minimum amount of time recommended for recovery. And I used vacation days rather than FMLA. When I came back to work, they were immediately wanting me to go back to overtime at that. And again, this is the previous job I was having. I'm like, you guys know I just came back from a fucking bladder surgery. And even then, you're bitching about me how you guys got behind on work when I was gone for a fucking surgery I had to do to not die. It's not like I went, fucking gallivanting at a fucking theme park. I was in horrible fucking pain. And even then, I'll say this. I'm happy my mom was over. I enjoyed spending the time with mom. It was horrible in terms of the circumstances. I was in pain, but I was happy to spend the time with my mom. And I appreciate that she spent the time with me. She went with me to have the surgery, and she was there at my house. She came over here. She spent 3 days and 3 nights over here. I had an inflatable bed, a pretty good one too, downstairs for her. She spent 3 days and 3 nights over here. I appreciated that. And during the day, she'd sit and watch some stuff with me on the TV. Like DVDs, like I said, Jackie Chan, Conan the Barbarian, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I enjoyed spending the time with mom. I love my mom very much. But the circumstances of that were fucking horrible. And I'll say this, in general, out of all the people on the planet, my mom has been the kindest to me. My mom loves and respects me more than anyone else in the world. At the same time, I don't necessarily trust her. And there's times in which she's behaved in a very not nice way, that I'm pissed at her. And again, a lot of those things I forgive her for. But I still feel bothered by, and I still feel angry about. And those things also give me worry that even the person that I love and trust the most in the whole world, it gives me reason to feel paranoid that I can't trust them. Heck, like I said, with both my parents, I'm worried they would become, like if I decided to become openly bisexual and start being gay. And like I said, at this point, bisexual means I like femboys and futas. But in the same regard, it would also count bishonens. And everyone's like, what the fuck's a bishonen? Oh, Emil. Emil's a bishonen. Right now, he's being a fucking dick right now, and you can fuck off. Fuck you, Emil. What the fuck is that shit? Oh, fuck off with that shit, Emil. But in terms of physical appearance, that's a bishounen. Technically, Oliver would be a bishounen as well. Essentially, a bishounen is a guy that I find attractive. Even though, like I said, Oliver basically looks like what I looked like when I was 18. Granted, aging has not been the greatest to me. And apparently, everyone considers my face ugly as fuck. And I'm a failure at everything, and I'm not athletic, and my stomach is too big. Like I said, I am 5'11", and I am 206 pounds. Maybe if I lose a little bit of weight and have at least a flat stomach, maybe it'll be a little bit better. I don't know. And of course, I'm missing a few of my back teeth, but that's because a job I had long ago, I was breathing in powdered metal and powdered paint. I was an electrostatic painter. And I was also working like 80 hours a week at that place. I'll tell you this. I wasn't allowed, we didn't have proper ventilation masks, So I was just wearing a dust mask. I went through like a dozen of those because they kept getting clogged and you couldn't get any air through them anymore. But even then, I was being forced to breathe and ingest powdered metal and powdered paint. The human body doesn't appreciate that. So I'd be getting sick all the time, but I wasn't allowed to stop working. I had to keep working just to be able to get money to be able to keep paying the meager amount of rent for the place because it was after the place where I was living in that cabin. So it was basically deal with the place where I was being forced to eat and breathe powder metal and powder paint working 80 hours a week, or be fucking homeless, or possibly have to go back with my parents. So I dealt with it. Heck, and here's the thing, I wasn't allowed to get off the line or anything. I had the job to do. There wasn't enough time to do it. So then my cheeks would just puff full as if, like a fucking squirrel, and I'd have a mouthful of vomit, and I would just swallow my vomit like 100 times a day. And the acid of vomit doesn't exactly, deal very well with your fucking teeth. So for the most part, I still have all my teeth for the most part. It's just a lot of my back molars have got taken out. I still have a molar on the back of both my... It's on my top, but it's on my left and right. So the backmost molar of my upper jaw, my upper set of teeth, on both my left and right, the very backmost molars that I have left need to be out. After that, I think I'm not feeling my tongue. I think I might have like 3 molars after that. So it might be kind of hard to eat, there's certain things. And heck, I'll avoid eating anything super hard, or heck, I won't even eat apples anymore unless applesauce, just because I'm worried about breaking my fucking teeth, because I know my teeth are less durable. But at least they're still there and they look relatively fine. But it's just, I know that I have a couple teeth in the back that I need to get. But again, that's just unavoidable. Basically, it's this. In order to avoid being homeless, I basically was working a job where I was having to eat my own vomit. Okay? And yet I still get talked down to as if I'm fucking lazy. The amount of fucking disrespect. But I'll say this. Like I said, Femboy, Astolfo, Futa, Sylvia from Konosuba. Like I said, at that point I basically want a beautiful woman who is feminine, identifies as one, has a pretty face, feminine body, but still has her cock and balls, and who loves her cock and balls, and who is proud of her cock and balls, and who is a bit of a top, and I would basically be her bottom, okay? But aside from that, they also have bishounen, which would be just any guy that I'm attracted to that doesn't count as a femboy. Basically, someone who looks like, say, Emil, Oliver. But basically, bishounen basically means any guy that I'm attracted to that isn't a femboy or a futa, okay? Basically, anybody with a cock and balls that I'm attracted to that isn't a femboy or futanari. But yeah. I will say this. I don't like having facial hair. And I certainly, regardless of whoever I date, I wouldn't like them having facial hair either. I don't like facial hair. Whether it's on me or on somebody I'd be dating. I don't like beards and mustaches and facial hair. Or someone being overly hairy. Now, I'd like long hair. And heck, I would date somebody who looked like Oliver or like Emil with either of those hairstyles. Heck, there was a point in which I had hair like, I think I was like 20 years old for a brief period of time. I had hair like Emil. So I think for about a year or so, I had hair like Emil's. I actually had it back in a ponytail like that. That's actually relatively the hairstyle I had back then, too. So when I was 18, I looked like Oliver. And when I was 20, I grew my hair out and had it in the style of Emil's. But I'm just saying this. Yeah, this is bishounen. Basically, this is bishounen. So, yeah. Also, it's just I wouldn't like it if he grew out a beard. But again, at that point, maybe in future the person can make that choice and I'd be okay with it. But initially, if I was meeting somebody when I first were to start dating someone, I would prefer them not to have a beard or mustache. I don't like facial hair. Okay? But yeah, here's the thing. Why the fuck would I ever agree to a marriage? Why would any man ever want to get married if you know you're going to have your children taken away from you? Why would you ever get married if you know you're going to lose your family? And here's the thing. My issue with my dad is this. He's overly judgmental stuff. It's fine that he's a deacon. I'm okay with that. But the fact that he's so much against Trump, like, I feel like that's the best thing he ever said to me, was that he said that Trump's the Antichrist, because it gave me proof that he is not anything to do with God. Because at this point, I feel any pastor, deacon, or church that is anti-Trump, I feel like it is proof that they have nothing to do with Jesus, with God, or anything with Christianity. By saying that, he proves that he has no right to judge me as a father, as a parent, as a man, as a husband, in any terms of morality or human decency, in terms of being a Christian, in terms of being a deacon, in terms of being a parent or a father, in terms of being just a moral human being, in terms of being an American, in terms of being a Christian, and in terms of just basic intelligence. I mean, at this point, I can't help but feel that anybody that thinks Trump is the Antichrist, or has essentially Trump derangement syndrome at that point, I can't respect them as somebody with any amount of intelligence, to where it'd be like someone telling me they believe in flat Earth. Then again, he's also said dinosaurs were never real, and dinosaurs are a lie, that fossils are a lie created by Satan to trick people against God. Okay? So obviously, I have some issues with that fucking shit. But at the end of the day is this. Being against Trump at this point tells me that you are against America, you're against democracy, you're against freedom of speech, you're against human rights, and you're against Jesus. And again, he hates Christmas. He thinks Christmas is a pagan holiday. It is a sin to celebrate Christmas to him. Whereas me, I love Christmas. I fucking love Christmas. Beyond that is also the fact this. You have an issue of Christmas being a fucking pagan holiday, but you don't have a problem with other people of other faiths wanting to destroy Christianity, whether they're atheists in the government or even Muslims who have an issue with it, who want to destroy Christianity, curse Jesus, and make it illegal, that basically want to institute slavery. I mean, heck, a decade plus ago, you had those 21 dudes in fucking Egypt who were publicly fucking beheaded and had their heads slowly cut off. It wasn't even like a fast decapitation, like a fucking guillotine. They had their fucking heads sawed off on live fucking television because they wouldn't renounce Jesus. You don't have a problem with that? Hell, the fucking Hamas shit. Like, Trump's policy on that is actually out of one generous and kindness. You look at a place where the Palestinians are living in a place of absolute horrid. Like, how can anyone live that? It's horrible. It's like a demolition site. Me, as a parent, I would want the best for my children. If someone offered me a way out of a war-torn country where I'm living in absolute squalor, fearing for death at every moment, and they offer me a place where I can have prosperity and wealth and a peaceful life for me and my children, wouldn't that be the greatest thing ever? He's literally trying to create a situation where everyone can live happily ever after, where everyone can be happy, to where no one has to die anymore. How is that bad? You're trying to do the thing that helps everybody. No one has to suffer. And most of all, it would get them away from the Hamas terrorists. It's extreme tyranny. Same way you have people in England and Germany with their governments. Basically, the citizens can't have opinions. You're going to arrest people for having a meme. You're going to have... Here's the thing. There was a dude who ran their fucking car. An immigrant who ran a car to a bunch of innocent people, murder people, or attacks, and you're not allowed to talk about it because that's considered racist. At this point, you have videos of people in Germany saying how to defend themselves from knife attacks with a fucking towel. Obviously, yes, a gun is primarily meant for self-defense. But main point is, you're saying people aren't allowed to defend themselves, even in a situation where people are attacking with the knives. You're not even have knife. You're saying that a citizen can't even have a knife to defend themselves. Heck, you had the Idris Elba dude who plays like Knuckles in Sonic, saying that you need to like start cutting the tips off knives, that they can't sell normal knives because that'll stop violence. Let's be clear. The Bible fucking starts with Cain bashing fucking Abel's head with a fucking rock, okay? At the end of the day, humanity is violent. There will always be some racist fucker out there, but that doesn't mean everyone's racist. At the same time, there's going to be people that are going to misuse things. But taking away the rights of the good people to defend themselves, because then you take away guns, the only people you're going to get it from is the people that would stand up to the government, or the people that would just use it to defend themselves. The people that are actively going to be criminals, they're not going to return that shit, and all you did is make your citizens easy to control and unable to defend themselves. I think it's important for people to defend themselves. At the point where you're saying you want to take away people's guns, or you want to take away free speech, or you want to allow undocumented individuals to come in, I mean, the question is this: do you not care about the safety or rights of your citizens? I mean, what about the safety of the individuals? And here's the thing, the Hamas thing, like, I certainly wouldn't want to be, subject under people that would be using terrorism and violence. I mean, and people say, oh, Trump hates people. Like, Trump has no issue with gay people or anything like that. And it's not like we're putting people in fucking camps or anything. It's just saying, hey, you're telling teachers not to put their fucking shit in their classroom. That's not unreasonable. What's that? I don't want you forcing your ideology on fucking 9-year-olds. Especially since we live in a society where for the past, 80 years, if you don't send your kids to school, that's considered a crime and you can be arrested for it. That's called truancy. So you're forced to send your children to school under penalty of law. And at the same time, these parents are sending their young children, their whole world. They're their little babies. They're sending their little precious babies to school. And you're telling them that they're trusting these teachers to teach them, important life things, or about history, or about math. And instead you have people trying to warp their minds with ideology, or even telling them to hate their parents. That's the thing. It's like, no one's saying you can't personally be gay. In fact, Trump fully encourages you to do whatever the fuck you want with that. It's just you can't force that on a fucking 9-year-old in your fucking class. Heck, it's kind of like the people trying to introduce that whole map thing into like fucking gay rights thing. Like, obviously I don't have an issue with gays or trans. I'm actually wanting to date those communities. But any of the whole map people, that's just pedophile. Okay? Anybody that's going to be doing anything sexual with someone who's 12 or younger, anyone doing anything something sexual 12 years old or younger is a pedophile, and they deserve death penalty. Now, that being said, some people say, well, what about lolly hentai and all that shit? It's a fucking drawing, and most of that shit is people drawn in an adult way. But at the end of the day, I don't like censorship. Okay? So in general, I do not like censorship, and also it's fucking drawings. So you're like, oh, here's Asuka from Evangelion. Yes, it's also a fucking drawing. And even then, I was younger than her when I first watched it, okay? Heck, I still remember watching, like, Tenchi Muyo. You got Ryoko, and you got Mihoshi Kuramitsu, and Kyoto. Not the Tenchi Muyo Kyoto, but the Tenchi Universe Kyoto. She was pretty hot. But yeah, Miyoshi Kuramitsu, I don't know, she has a really nice voice and personality. I do feel like they kind of flanderized her, the same way they did with Goku. They kind of like just fucked up her personality and made her seem dumber than what she should. Same way, Goku was not supposed to be stupid. It was just, the show wasn't how smart do you really, like, it's not, you expect him to do calculus, he lived in the fucking woods. Doesn't mean he's stupid. Same way, he wasn't shown being romantic with Chi-Chi. Doesn't mean he doesn't have a sex drive or romance. It was just, Akira Toriyama didn't want his story to be about that. He wanted to focus on the action. Just because he didn't have scenes of Goku fucking Chi-Chi's pussy doesn't mean they weren't, romantic and loving in that way. It just means he didn't, plus, he had to try to market it to a certain, age group. You couldn't have Like, I'll watch hentai of DBZ, see Bulma's giant titties bouncing around, even as futa. But I'll tell you this, I don't want my DBZ to be a hentai. I want a cool action anime. It's like, it'd be like, obviously I'm against censorship, but obviously, if you're going to make something, you have to stay somewhat true to the genre you're making. You couldn't just, like, make Berserk, with Guts and Griffith, and all of a sudden have a scene with the fucking Care Bears. It wouldn't fit the genre. It'd be like all of a sudden having My Little Pony, and all of a sudden Griffith shows up. No. It doesn't, the genres don't, now granted, yes, you can have juxtaposed genres. Heck, there were so many movies with Gene Wilder where you mixed a bunch of genres. Or take Bruce Campbell with Evil Dead. You mixed horror and comedy, and it worked. But you have to be good at writing with that. And even then, you have to know your audience. And sometimes, that stuff doesn't mix. I mean, could you imagine if you put just a slice of life thing and treated DBZ more like Sailor Moon? Or what if, all of a sudden DBZ, you want more of a horror route? Like, imagine if, like, Dragon Ball Z all of a sudden had, like, more of a Silent Hill type of like, imagine Goku fighting Pyramid Head. Granted, there might be some people that would still enjoy that fight, but in general, like, imagine if it was like Goku, powerless, going through the world of Silent Hill 2 with the same human limitations that a normal person would have. Or Vegeta, or Yamcha, or just base Hercule, just with all the strength he has in DBZ, going like Isekai into Baki universe. Like, imagine you have fucking Hercule from Dragon Ball Z all of a sudden in the Baki universe. How that would work. Or imagine if you had Baki from Baki the Grappler in Naruto. I don't know. Just my irritation with things is just... Like, here's the thing. I'm glad Dad is a deacon. But I would like it if he was... Like, it's not like I would expect him to even have to be pro-Trump, okay? He could have even said, I don't trust politicians, or I just don't like his policies, or I have an issue with this, or I just kind of gave up on politicians in general, or he's just some rich guy. Whatever. That's fine. He could have had no opinion about it whatsoever, or just been like, I don't like Trump because he's just some rich dude. That's fine. That would have been fine. I would have had no issue with that. But again, probably the best thing he ever said to me was actually saying Trump was the Antichrist. Because at that point, it's absolutely fucking insane. And it's just, the fact of the matter is this. It tells me at that point that any authority you would have is talking to me about somebody, like, it tells me you don't love America. You don't care about America. It tells me you basically hate America. And you don't care about free speech. You don't care about what kind of future any of us have or how the country is going to go. Then again, every fucking church service we went to was 3 hours of the pastor telling us about the end of the world. Every time I talked to you, it was either you ignore me, or you talk to me about work, or even back when I was a teenager, you would talk to me about church, and that's it. Or it'd be some sort of insult, or you being condescending about me on something. Heck, the only compliments you ever gave to me were in front of my mom, almost like you're trying to get fucking brownie points, and it always had a bit of an ulterior motive, and it always came with a little bit of a slight backhand of an insult to it. And we're always very awkward, even by my fucking standards. And in fact, offhand, I can only remember 2 fucking compliments he ever gave me. One being, oh, you're pretty smart, you should be a priest. You should be a preacher, you should be a pastor. Or, I'm jealous of how much you read. That's it. And in general, like I said, he's not a bad person, he works hard himself. I just feel very disappointed, betrayed, abandoned, insulted, and threatened by a lot of shit he does. And in the end, I'm glad he quit drinking. And I think it's good that he's sneaking and he dedicates himself so much to the church. But I do take offense to the fact that I feel kind of betrayed and insulted and just I feel betrayed in regard to how you've been about certain things. And then we talk, and it's fine for you to be a deacon, but can you be at least a little bit more understanding and accepting of me? To the point that I feel that if I were to openly become bisexual, I feel that, one, would you physically attack me? Would you disown me? Would you tell me I need to get the fuck out of the house and never talk to my mother again? Would you, I don't know, murder, suicide my mom? Would you force me to go to the church saying I need to have a fucking exorcism? So it's mainly just, I'm upset at you for feeling a complete lack of I could trust you or be respected by you or even feel safe, to where I feel that I would be scared of how you would react, about the potential that you would be possibly even violent. And here's the thing. I remember my teenage years. He would get up at 3 a.m. to type out the Bible. And we didn't have a computer. We had a typewriter. I don't know if anyone out there remembers what a typewriter is. It's what existed before computers. And they're loud. He would get up every fucking night. And again, I think it's good that he was that dedicated to it. But at the same time, it's the fact that it was so disrespectful to me trying to sleep. And the fact that if I even made so much noise or anything that bothered you, you'd be so fucking pissed at me over a slight fucking thing. That's the thing. It's just the fact that you're so hypocritical, so judgmental, so overbearing, and the fact that I feel scared of you. I feel like I can't judge you, I can't trust you or have an opinion. I can't talk about anything, and every opinion I could possibly have is considered wrong, because obviously you must be right because you're a fucking deacon. And again, I respect you in regard to being a deacon. I think it's good that you pray and read the Bible. I feel upset, though, at the amount of disrespect I feel. I feel upset and betrayed at the fact that I feel scared, that I would feel threatened by how you'd react about things, that if I decide to suddenly become bisexual or something, I feel that you would be extremely negative to me, possibly even violent, consider me an evil sinner, and that tell me I'm going to go to hell and I'm going to burn in hell for what? Because I want a happy, loving relationship? Because I want someone to be nice to me? It's not like I'm doing anything to be evil or sinful. Heck, it's not like I'm planning to go out and get fucking gangbanged by 20 fucking dicks or suck a dick through a fucking glory hole or some shit. It's just, I just want a happy, healthy, normal relationship with someone who appreciates me and cares about me. I just want somebody I feel safe with. I just want someone who is kind to me. I just want to not be alone forever. Granted, I'll tell you this, while I am a lonely person, there was never a time that I was more alone than when I was married. That even then, I was laying next to a woman, and just given how much of a bitch she was, especially since in the very end of it, we were going through a divorce. She's committing adultery on me, but we're still living together because, that's what you have to do when you're going through a fucking divorce. And I want to be able to be there for my son to make sure he stays safe. And I want to try to have as much custody rights as I can to my child. And in the end, I had to basically sign those over to his new guardians, because it was the only way to prevent his negligent, abusive, psychotic mother from running away from me and running away from them and basically kidnapping my son. I would have never seen my son again. And here's the thing. That's even assuming that she would have been taking good care of him. I still would have not seen my child again. I wouldn't even know what state he'd be living in, even if she stayed in the country. Let alone the fact that I know how she is about stuff. He would have never survived. Especially other stuff I found out later on, in the way she acted about other things. Basically, as is, had I not signed the thing for him to live as guardians, he'd be dead. It was the only way to stop her from killing him. And most of all is this. While I am upset with some things about how the way his guardians are, and I'm upset about being estranged from my son, I miss my son, and I'm still upset that I wasn't able to raise my son. Even at this point, I feel worried that if all of a sudden, they were to die and he come live with me, I don't know how I would raise him anymore. I feel like my mental and physical health has declined so much, I don't know if I'd even be capable of it anymore. I mean, I'd still do my best, but I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck to do. I'd feel confused and lost, and I wouldn't know what to do. And I'm not even sure if I could. But again, that's a situation that would never even happen in the first place. But even then, even in that hypothetical fucking asteroid situation, let's be clear, I still don't know what I would do. You know, I don't know. And at the end of the day is this. What I care about most is his well-being. I love my son. I care about most is his well-being. I at least know he's safe. Heck, the child support I pay, I know they use it on him, so that's good. I know he's not being abused. He's not being neglected. Then again, if he was, I wouldn't have no way of knowing it, and even if I did know about it, there's nothing I could do about it. But at the very least, I know anything he'd run into there would be nothing compared to what it would have been like if he had been with his mother. And even if she would have been good to him, it's not like I would have been even more strange than I am now. And at least then I was able to have a few years where he was coming over until the fucking COVID pandemic lockdowns with the government kind of fucked everything up for a lot of people. I'm pretty sure it fucked up a lot of people's. Heck, I think the social structure of society never fucking recovered. It's like everyone in general is much more social, antisocial, and isolated than they were before COVID. And it's noticeable, even by me, somebody who default was antisocial. It seems like society didn't fucking recover from the COVID thing. Like it fucked up interpersonal relationships for everyone, it seems. So I shouldn't bitch too much about something that fucked everyone over. But at the same time, it's just, I miss my son. I feel sad about that, and I feel hurt about stuff like that. But at the end of the day is this. I at least know that where my son is, he is safe, he is healthy, he is happy, and they are taking good care of him. They love him as if he was their own son, and he's getting well taken care of. That's what I care about most. I just want the best possible life for my child. Granted, it'd be nice if I could see and talk to him more, and I'm worried the heck, even another day when I become openly bisexual, what if he decides he hates me for being gay and decides that's against God? Whatever. That's his choice. My reaction to that would be like, my response to my son would just be, I still love you, son. Because at the end of the day, I don't need anybody else's approval, whether it be the church, or my mom, or my dad, or my son, or my friends, or anyone else. But I'm always going to still love my son. And I'm always going to still love my mom, even if, like I said, part of me is worried if I become openly bisexual. What if my mom hates me? What if she's disappointed me? What if she's disgusted with me? What if she decides to physically attack me? What if she disowns me? What if she tells me get the fuck out of the house and never come back? What if she tells me how gross? What if she says that she thinks I'm going to go to burn in hell? Or she calls like, oh, that's gross and disgusting. How dare you? And like I said, that would upset me. And heck, if I had a choice between my mom dying or my mom being alive and hating me in that situation, I would still choose my mom being alive and hating me. Because at the end of the day is this. Even if my mom were to hate me and be grossed out and find me disgusting and disown me, I still don't want her to die. I would still want her to be alive. Because even if she were to hate me, I would still love her. And I still don't want her to die or anything bad to happen to her. I love her very, very much. And if she... But it's just, I don't want her to hate me. I don't want her to be disgusted with me or find me gross. I want my parents to love me and respect me and accept me and just want me to be fucking happy. And like, here's the issue with Trump is this. Do you not want the country to do well? Do you want these bad things to happen? I mean, heck, he just wants the war in Russia to end for the economy to do better. And he's actually actively against racism and bigotry. It's just that the media, which most of them were literally getting paid off by U.S. aid. So you had a company that was literally leeching and being a burden on the American taxpayer, making our lives harder, a form of almost pseudo-indentured servitude, then using that money to not only embezzle most of it, to where most of it didn't go to the places they said, but even the places they say, It's actually being used to pay for misinformation and propaganda to manipulate what we think, to where a lot of the money is being straight up embezzled. But then even the money that isn't being embezzled is being used to buy off journalists and mainstream news and to spread propaganda and misinformation to tell you things like Trump is Hitler. You're literally being stolen from by a bunch of rich bureaucrats that are doing embezzlement and money laundering and fraud, who are wanting to take away your free speech, take away your right to defend yourself, want to flood the country with hostile individuals who don't want to integrate to society, want to completely tear down our society, destroy everything that constantly teach people to be ashamed of and hate their own country, when we should love and be proud of America. Heck, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And that's the thing. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I've had the Holy Ghost since I was 13. You might say, well, about that one pastor you have a fucking issue with. You said, fuck that pastor. The one that my dad's a deacon for. Simple. And I'll get to that. I keep pushing that off as far as that discussion. I'm getting to it. Sorry this is such a convoluted fucking mess of a conversation. But here's the thing. Fuck. Memory. Shit. I'm trying to, fuck. What was I just talking about? I know I was about to say the thing about the pastor, but it's like the thing before that. I can't remember. It's just... Fuck, I was going to say something, I can't remember what it was. I have other things I want to talk about too. As far as I was going to talk about the Hamas thing where, they're literally decapitating babies. They're literally bashing in the skulls of babies. They're slitting the throats of babies. I mean, heck, you had a thing a couple weeks ago where they released a man where they took him and his whole fucking family and even his cousins and shit, and they raped and tortured and murdered everyone except for him. They just raped and tortured him. And the whole time they told him the rest of his family was still alive. And then, as a trade-in for terrorists who were being released, they released him. And they had him give a public speech and do a recording. And in that speech, he was saying how grateful he was to be released and how he was looking forward to seeing his family, who he had been told were still alive and that had been released before him. Of course, they're all dead. The other thing is this. You look at a before and after picture. Before, he looks like a normal dude. When he's giving that speech and he's released, he looks like a fucking Holocaust survivor. The man is basically a fucking skeleton. It's like someone took the early form of Ainz Ul Gon, Momonga from Overlord, and just stretched a fucking piece of fabric around him. He literally looks like a picture from the fucking Holocaust. The man was so weakened and skinny and fucking frail that you could see all his bones, and he was struggling to stand up because his muscles were so weak he could barely even hold his own weight up. Not that there was much of it to begin with. Heck, you had a thing a few days ago where Hamas released the bodies, the dead bodies of hostages that had spent about a year and a half in horrible, hellish conditions. And then the day is this. 2 of those bodies were fucking small kids, if not infants. One of them wasn't even the body they said it was. And here's the thing. They not only mistreated these children that they kidnapped and took away from their families. I mean, as a parent, it's absolutely psychotic thought. Someone takes your kid away, period. That's horrible. Let alone the fact that they mistreated these children. Even worse than that. And then the day is this. They fucking strangled these babies to death. There's actual hard enough, strangle enough bruising inside the corpses that you can tell that they basically took their hands, adult men, took their hands and strangled infants to death. And then afterward, took rocks, bashed their skulls in so they could say it happened because of a fucking rocket attack. And as they were releasing these bodies, you have the murderers who kidnapped babies and murdered the babies releasing it. You have entire huge crowds of tens of thousands of Palestinians all cheering and happy. They're playing happy music. It's like fucking chapter black out of Yu Yu Hakusho. Where the dude who, like the tennis dude in Chapter Black of Yu Yu Hakusho, talking about you're watching footage of people marching around with fucking severed heads and dead bodies, laughing and cheering, playing happy music, being all happy. Like, they're fucking treating it like it's a happy celebration over the fact that they're parading around the bodies of dead innocent people that they kidnapped and tortured, even the bodies of small children and infants and babies. You have people actively advocating that rape is acceptable, that it's good to rape people, that it's good to murder children. It's just, what the fuck? And like I said, it's fine that Dad is such a pro-church person. I'm pro-church. I believe in God. But as far as I'm concerned, him and the pastor are the fucking backsliders. They're basically Pharisees at this point. They care about the letter of the law, but they're fucking no fucking soul in it. All they care about is what people fucking think of them. At the end of the day, I'm pretty sure, I feel Dad only married Mom because he knew he wouldn't even been allowed to step foot in that church, let alone be a deacon. And as far as he's concerned, I'm pretty sure both my parents at this point are just together because my mom probably would be worried about how they'd pay bills and how she'd be able to financially survive if he died. And him, he feels that, well, if he divorced her, he'd go to hell. As far as he's concerned, he has to be married to be a deacon, had to marry, especially since he was going to be threatened with alimony and child support in regard to my middle sister, because, he had already been married to her once before. And of course, he only married her because the church told her he had to, and told him he had to, and also the fact that he would have had to still pay child support then. But then the day is this: when it came to marry my mom the second time, not only would he have had to pay child support, he had a lot of backed child support. And even the church was very strict about that. And he was very clear that he wanted, because here's the thing, even back when he was still drinking for those few years, before he became a deacon, he couldn't step foot in the church to give his fucking tithes to the church. Instead, what he did is he had a separate fucking savings account to put all this money back for the church. So even though we were financially struggling just to get by from, month to month, and Mom was having to work, so most of the time I was just home alone, or going out to a park or something by myself, you guys were barely struggling, but you were putting all this money to the back in a separate savings account when we needed that fucking money. And then once you decided to quit drinking and become a deacon and marry Mom, all of a sudden, all that money you had saved up, you basically gave us a lump sum to the pastor. Which I know because you fucking bragged about it. And even then, and after it's not like you give tithing of your net or what offering you can afford. Let's be clear. You would give tithing based off of your gross income and then a decent offering after that, to the point that we were constantly kept in a state of poverty over how much money you were giving to the church. And even then, you were offering to do car work for the pastor, do work around the building, you even cleaned the fucking thing. You basically functioned as the pastor's chauffeur, his maid, his security guard, and his most loyal sycophant. At the end of the day, you don't worship God, you worship the pastor. And then the day you're basically becoming the deacon to just not go to hell, which again, I don't blame you for that. But the fact is that you're so fucking judgmental to me makes me pissed. So I'm not judging or condemning you for the life you led or how you were about things as a pastor or as a deacon. What I'm upset about is how you are to me. I feel that you betrayed and abandoned me. I feel that you disrespected me. I feel like you're overbearing, over-judgmental, over-controlling. And for the most part, most of my life, I felt you only had two emotions. You had anger and Jesus. That's it. Those were your emotions. Your emotions were anger and Jesus. So at the end of the day, I'm just upset the fact that I feel that I can't trust you. I feel that you don't care about me. I feel like I feel like I would actually be scared of how you would react. I also feel like you would manipulate Mom, that if I decided to become openly gay or something, that you would wind up forcing Mom to hate me, or either mom would agree with you, at which point my mom hates me now, or mom would fight you, at which point now there's some huge fight argument going on between you and mom, and it's my fault, and I don't want there to be a fight, let alone it to be my fault. I don't want to cause any problems. I don't want to be a burden. And like I said, I was still treated like I was a burden, even though like I didn't ask too much of you guys. And when I was an adult living with you guys, I treated you with respect. I did chores. I walked the fucking dog. I cleaned dishes. I mowed the lawn sometimes. I paid for anything I personally wanted. I paid for any bills I personally had. Even when I wanted to get in that fucking college shit with the online fucking thing that fucking scammed me, I had to pay for that. And at the end of the day, guess what? I was paying the rent. I was paying half the fucking rent. I was helping you guys out. And it's just... I still want to know what the fuck I was going to start talking about that one time before I started getting confused. But main thing is this. I know people say, oh, well, it's just... Maybe this is it. I don't think it's it. But people say, oh, but wasn't the pastor you're saying fuck to about right now? Wasn't he the one who prayed over you when you received the Holy Ghost? Wasn't he the one who baptized you? Yes. The church that my dad goes to, the one he is a deacon for, the pastor the pastor in question, heck, I know before this one camping trip where I had to go to New Mexico back when I was 17, my dad actually took me to the church early because he had the keys to the church, and he took me into the church. And keep in mind, I paid for my trip to fucking New Mexico. The plane ticket, my equipment, even the camping trip itself where I was going to spend a couple weeks. I saved up money working at a restaurant. I paid for all of it. That being said, before the plane ride there, my dad took me to the church. He had the keys to the church, and he let me in. We went into the church, and it was literally just me and him in the church by ourselves. And he took some oil, and he put it on my head, and he prayed over me, and he asked God to protect me on my journey. So he prayed, basically anointment for me and my protection. And I appreciate that. Like every little bit of thing I did with him, I did appreciate. Heck, I remember, granted, he's never played a single fucking video game ever, but I do remember once at a park, me and him played horseshoes. It's this thing where there's this metal stick in the ground, and you stand there, and you throw these metal horseshoes at it, and you try to get on the stick. Yes, I know it sounds lame, but I enjoyed that we did that together, okay? And heck, I've tried to extend a bit of an olive branch to him. One, I've mentioned the idea of me and him possibly just doing a barbecue or something point. Obviously not interested. I've also mentioned the idea of me coming over to visit, hang out with maybe... Nope. And here's the thing. I've even mentioned the idea, hey, let's play a video game. And it's not like I'm asking him to play fucking Grand Theft Auto with a fucking confusing button layout with 20 fucking buttons on a fucking PlayStation controller with fucking, we're fucking like shooting people or some shit. I'm obviously not asking him to do something like that. I'm just saying, hey, would you like to play some Mario 1 on the NES that my mom still has? Which he doesn't let my mom plug into a TV because he doesn't like the idea. He says it's going to damage the television. My parents are elderly. They are basically senior. Like, dad's like 74 or 75. He gets like Social Security money and all that stuff, which he still gives money out of that in tithing. And he still technically works driving stuff. Because it's like almost like he has no savings due to giving it all to the church. Mom is a senior citizen herself. She is pretty much 65 years old. For all intents and purposes. Albeit a couple months away. Here's the thing. My dad will not let my mom hook the old NES, the original Nintendo, that has cartridges for Mario 1 and Mario 3, to the television out of concern that plugging in a game console to a TV will damage the TV. Do you have any idea how dumb that is? I mean, it's up there with the saying Trump is the Antichrist, or saying you hate Christmas because it's a pagan holiday, and you basically are essentially of the mindset of fuck Christmas. Or basically telling me I'm a sinner for even wanting to date or kiss a woman without marrying her first. I mean, he's one step short of expecting me to go buy 2 goats and trade them for a woman as if she's a fucking piece of property. Let alone the fact that if I just want to be bisexual and date, whether it's Sylvia from Konosuba or Emil from this game, or fucking Astolfo. Okay? Because at the end of the day, I'm not doing it to defy you or God or to hurt anyone or make you look bad. I'm not doing it to be an asshole. I'm doing it because I just want a healthy relationship. I just want someone to care about me. Why am I expected to be alone forever? Why is the idea of me not wanting to be alone seen as a sin? It's not like I'm wanting to go out there and be a fucking man whore and fuck 100 people. You know, heck, I'd be grossed out and disgusted by that. Because heck, I'll say this, while I do like hentai of certain provocative, debaucherous things, like spit roasting or gangbang sort of shit, I like the hentai of it. That being said, I'd be disgusted by the idea of doing that in real life. The idea of having more than one sexual partner at a time, let alone simultaneously, is disgusting. Heck, if I was going on a date with someone, the idea of them even having sex with someone earlier that day or later that day, I'd fucking call off the date. That'd be fucking gross and disgusting. It's not an issue. Oh, you shouldn't judge women by their body count. Let's be clear. I judge everyone by their body count. Then again, the lowest body count any person I've ever slept with had before me was 9. Would I prefer to have been lower? Yes. That being said, I am understanding that people have had a little bit of a body count. But at the end of the day is this. I certainly wouldn't be fucking somebody who slept with 100 fucking people, man or woman. In the same regard, I would expect people to do the same with me. Okay? Like, at the end of the day, that's sharing yourself intimately with someone like that is very, very special and important. That's not going to say it's sacred, it has to be in marriage or some shit. Obviously, I'm never marrying anyone ever fucking again of any gender, even if I'm with a dude. I'm not marrying anyone ever again. But I'll say this. Regardless of the gender with somebody I'm with, I care about an emotional bond with that person. I want someone who's kind to me. I want someone who appreciates me. Someone who accepts me for how I am. Someone who likes me. Someone who thinks I'm attractive. Someone I feel safe with. Someone who would never hurt or betray or abandon me. And someone who views the intimacy we're having together as special, as important. Obviously, we'd still be fucking every day. But the main thing is this. Sex is an expression of an emotional bond between people. It shouldn't just be something you just throw away freely. It's just, regardless of gender, I wouldn't want to be with someone who's just been going out getting gangbanged and shit. And again, I'm not wanting to ever go out and fucking gangbang. I just want to fucking have a singular partner in a monogamous, very loving, caring relationship. I just want someone who cares about me. Someone who treats me like a human being. Someone who respects me. Someone who appreciates me. Someone who's kind to me. Someone who won't be abusive to me. Physically or emotionally, verbally, psychologically. Heck, someone who will make my life better in some way, rather than making it worse and more painful. Like, I remember when I was married, I was never more alone in my life than when I was married. It was horrible, and it was miserable. It was fucking hell. But yeah, it's just, I'm not doing it to defy you or hurt your feelings or make you look bad. I just want someone who cares about me and treats me right. I just want to be happy. And yes, The pastor who prayed over me when I got my whole... Because I was like 13 years old. Prayed over me, I got the Holy Ghost. And like a month before that, he's the one who baptized me in that church. But here's the thing. I have the Holy Ghost. Not due to any goodness on my part, not due to any goodness on the pastor's part, or on the deacon's part, or my dad's part, or on the church's part. I have the Holy Ghost through the love and mercy and goodness of the Lord and of Jesus Christ, of the Lord of hosts, of Yahweh. I have the Holy Ghost from the benevolent, loving grace and goodness of God. Not due to any goodness on my part, not due to any righteousness of the fucking pastor or anything special about the church. I have the Holy Ghost and the love of God through the benevolence and mercy and kindness and goodness of God. Also, I have enough faith in God to know that God would love and accept me, even if I was just straight up fucking gay. And to know that God would not find any decency in the idea of hell and torment and shit like that. Like the fucking Hellraiser shit. And here's the thing. Yes, I've watched macabre stuff. I enjoy macabre stories ever since a young age. Like take Edgar Allan Poe and all those stories. Then again, I also like Canterbury Tales and Shakespeare and the Odyssey and Don Quixote. And I like reading things of other religions. I don't worship other religions, but I like reading that. I like reading the apocryphal tales of, like the Book of Enoch and shit. I like reading light novels and manga. I like reading shit about Hindu and Egyptian beliefs. And I like reading everything available to me. Heck, I've never played the tabletop game Warhammer, but I have like a dozen of the books just to casually read the lore. Heck, there is a fan fiction that's like longer than the fucking Bible. It's like one of the longest books you'll ever fucking encounter. There is a fan fiction called Shinji and Warhammer 40k. It's Shinji Ikari from the world of Evangelion, but with Warhammer. And it's not even just straight up supernatural part of Warhammer. It's literally just he came across Warhammer books when he was 10. And Warhammer shaped his personality. It's a good story, which I don't know if it ever got finished, but it's hilarious. Same way I like the Overlord light novels, and I like Reincarnated as a Slime, and I like Bubblegum Crisis and Slayers, and I like tons of anime. Heck, I still like the original 48 episodes of Baki the Grappler that came out in the fucking early 90s. Heck, there was actually an earlier version that came out in the 80s, which is okay, right? But I'm talking about the ones where, where he's like fighting Jack Hanma for the first time. Which technically Maximum Tournament, which is actually the second set of 24 episodes. So episodes 25 through 48. I like anime. I like music. And that's the thing. I like music of all types. And it's like, oh, that's music of the devil. I'm not worshiping fucking Satan. Okay? I believe in Jesus. I strongly believe in God. Okay? But I also enjoy listening to music of all kinds, including stuff like fucking Slayer and Children of Bodom and Cradle of Filth, as well as I listen to tons of Metallica, Nickelback, System Down, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, System Down, Disturbed, Korn, lots and lots of Korn, Linkin Park, Tool, A Perfect Circle, Smile Empty Soul, Infected Mushroom, as well as tons of... I enjoy so much anime soundtrack music. I enjoy anime music. I enjoy video game soundtracks, okay? I enjoy 8-bit music. I enjoy writing music. I enjoy singing karaoke. I'm terrible at it, by the way. I can't sing worth a fucking shit. But I enjoy singing. And heck, if I had any aptitude to learn languages, I'd want to learn German and French and Japanese and Hebrew. Frère Jacques, Frère Jacques. Heck, I remember one time I tried to sing this one French song, but I forget what it's called, but it was like this love song. And it was how I fucking mispronounced terrible. It's somewhere in like my 3,000 plus videos that are on here. But at the end of the day is this. I have the Holy Ghost. but not due to any goodness on my part, not due to any goodness of the pastor's part, not due to any goodness on the church's part. Due to the goodness of the Lord. I believe in the Lord of hosts. I believe in Yahweh. I believe in the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph and Moses and David and Solomon and Saul. I know Saul came before David, but I'm just saying. Of the prophets of Isaiah and Jeremiah. I believe in Jesus. But I believe God and Jesus would be understanding of me. That they're not going to want to send me to that even if there were a hell, they're not going to send me to hell for eating bacon, or not giving enough money to church and paying my tithes, or not bowing and scraping like a fucking sycophant to the fucking pastors in the church, or caring what the church fucking thinks of me, or having a difference of opinion, or believing in dinosaurs and thinking fucking dinosaurs are awesome. Heck, I at one point I had this big blue fucking binder from my mom about all these dinosaurs and facts. I really enjoyed that book. Of course, at the fucking cabin I moved in at one point, it got lost and eventually burned up in a little bit of a fire. Fucking sucked. I missed that fucking book. I liked that book. At some point, I'm gonna fucking try to track it down and fucking buy it when I have the excess time and money. I'm sentimental. I get that. Heck, my son's bedroom still looks the way it was about a year and a half before he moved out. His bedroom has basically stayed the same for like about a decade. And people say, oh, is that because you don't like change? No, because that's just the way it's supposed to be. Heck, I still have a fucking child seat from back when he was an infant in the back of my car. I refuse to take out. Even though, like, literally he hasn't been able to fit in that thing for like 5 fucking years. Why do you take it out? Because that's where it fucking goes. That's where it goes. I am not taking it out. It does not come out of the car. That's where it goes. That's where it goes. The main point is this. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I have enough faith and love in God that God is not going to hate me or want to punish me or hurt me or cast me aside because I just want a loving relationship or because I have a disagreement with someone in an authority figure position. And here's the thing. I definitely don't want my dad or anyone to go to hell or anything. But, I just want them to go to whatever heaven they want to go to as long as it doesn't harm me in any way. But at the end of the day is this. It's the fact that him being against Trump, it literally tells me, that, okay, it's like, how, at this point, Trump is against racism and bigotry. Trump is protecting Jesus, protecting America. At this point, the only reason you think Trump is bad is because CNN told you so, and the pastor told you so. And the fact that you and the pastor think Trump is the Antichrist and are against him so much, literally tells me you have no divine connection to Jesus, to God, to any amount of Christianity, any kind of divine truth, any kind of supernatural being. Because at the end of the day, with all your dedication as a deacon, all the money that you've given to the church, all the time you've spent in the church, all the prayer and study that you've done, for all the betrayal and abandonment you've done of everyone else for the sake of the church, if you really had a connection to Jesus, if you really had a connection to Yahweh, the Lord of hosts, the God of Abraham, if you actually had a connection to God, you would actually understand the truth of what's going on. If you actually had a connection to God, you would have been kinder to me. You would have been a better father. You would have been a better American. You would have been a better Christian. The fact that you're so emphatically anti-Trump, to the point that's basically Trump derangement syndrome, to the point that you hate Christmas and you're like, oh, it's just a pagan holiday. Even if it did have roots in that. Colossians 2:16 says not have any man tell you anything in terms of what moons and shit you respect. Okay? Basically saying, okay, you don't have to be circumcised. And granted, I am circumcised. Looking back, I'd rather I wasn't circumcised. But, you can't change that. but I am circumcised, I'd rather I'm not circumcised. Same regard, you shouldn't judge people for like, okay, you either went to this, holiday party or didn't. Like, heck, I really like the moon. I'm lunar. Yay. I'm just saying, I think the moon's awesome, okay? I like the moon a lot, and I like a lot of moon-associated things, okay? I know it's silly, and it seems a little hyper-focused, but whatever. I like what I like. I don't need to be fucking judged or condemned for it. It's not like I'm doing anything that hurts anybody. Just like the fucking moon, okay? It's fine. And of course, I like karaoke. I'm bad at singing, but I like singing, even if I'm fucking awful at it. I love music. I like anime and art. I can't draw. I can't play guitar or keyboard worth of shit, but I still like it, no matter how fucking terrible I am at it. I enjoy reading. Okay? I like going for walks. Does it accomplish anything? Is any good coming of me walking on a bike trail? No, but I like it. Now, granted, there was one time I went way too lost in thought, and for including the trip back, I went 23 fucking miles in the middle of summer during a fucking heat wave with no water and no sunblock. I still have a discolorment on the back of my neck from how badly I was sunburnt from doing that. And that was back in like, what, June? Or July or something? I don't know. I almost fucking died coming back from that shit. Heck, I remember making a community post about that when I got back, saying how much I would have fucking hated Moses. Because here's the thing. I was so exhausted and so much pain, barely limping my ass back. But I feel like, Moses had all those people in the fucking desert and was bitching at them for wanting birds. They wanted quail and meat, and they were tired. I'm like, it's a fucking desert. You're people walking in the desert. Of course they have a right to bitch about that. And heck, some of the people are saying, oh, if only we had stayed in Egypt. Even though we were fucking slaves, they're like, well, at least we'd have cucumbers. What the fuck? How low is your standard for food? How fucking hungry do you have to be to say that you'd rather be slaves so that you could have a fucking cucumber? Then again, that reminds me of a very inappropriate joke. What's the difference between hungry and horny? Where you stick the cucumber. Everyone's like, what the fuck's this conversation? I don't know. It's just, literally, Trump is literally just being pro-America and pro-Jesus. He's literally standing up for a lot of things that are just common sense. For you to be against him just because CNN said so or the pastor said so, it shows that you and the pastor in the church have no connection to Jesus. You have no moral ground. You're not decent people. You don't have no right to judge me as a man or as a father or as a parent. And heck, it shows a complete lack of intelligence. Same thing you saying that dinosaurs aren't real and fossils are a trick of Satan. Like, here's the thing. I actually have done a lot of research into dinosaurs because I find them fascinating. And I like history, both of like World War I, World War II, as well as medieval history and ancient history, like, the biblical times, or Persia, or Greece, or Babylon, or Rome. Rome is really fun to look into, by the way. That being said, it's also interesting to look back into stuff like different epics, the different eons and eras that existed, whether it be the Jurassic, or heck, even back all the Precambrian times and all the change that happened. Or how about this? How nuclear bombs work, or how that stuff goes on. Or the structure of atoms, or how the neural network in a brain works, or AI, or computer, or technology, or electricity, or DNA, or chromosomes, or just how individual cells work, or the organelles within them, or viruses, bacteria, all the microbial universe. And then there's universes at the large scale. I mean, think about how far the distance is between planets and everything, or the scale of solar systems, or the way different planets are, all the science fiction shit, or even just the scale of galaxies, or black holes, or the way things interact with each other, or even just the galactic filaments, or the scale of the universe as a whole. All of it's so amazing. Or just going out into a forest and looking at the trees, or walking on a bike trail and look at the clouds go by, and like I said, I know it doesn't accomplish anything. I'm not making any money. I'm not accomplishing anything but going and walking a bike trail. I just like it, okay? I'm the kind of person, yes, I would totally take my friend to a fucking beach. Though I've never seen the ocean in my life. I've been to Washington, D.C. back in like 2000 or something, and I've been to New Mexico, but it's like I've never been to a place where I can actually see the ocean. Granted, I'm not sure how I'd feel about it, but I'm just saying this. I am totally the kind of person that would go to a beach and sit on a fucking rock and just sit there and watch hermit crabs go by. That's the sort of thing I would do. I'm the sort of person, if it's a thunderstorm going on, even though I have my anime and video games, I will go outside and I will just drink some Pepsi or tea or water or whatever, and I will stand or sit there and just watch it rain. The only thing that would make it better is if I had a platonic friend or a romantic partner there to share it with me. And everyone's like, that sounds lame. I don't care. I want someone to go walk on bike trails with me. I want somebody who can sit next to me. We both have like chairs and a table in front of us, and we're just sitting next to each other, and in between making out, we're just sitting next to each other, building our own individual Gundam sets. And heck, I'll say this. Gundam had like a dozen different series. I like Gundam Wing. I like G Gundam. There's so many different Mobile Suit Gundam games and animes that was so fucking awesome. And heck, there's plenty of other animes that had giant robots and shit. Heck, Zone of the Enders, the second runner for the PS2. Amazing game, soundtrack, everything was awesome. But where does a power like Metatron lead our civilization? Destruction! Destruction to end all! No! I don't remember the right words for that song. The song is called Beyond the Bounds. It's got some English, some Japanese. The power of Amon isn't just domination, it's destruction. The universe and human subconscious are both willing their own end. And it's a really great game. And especially for a game that was on the PS2, it was ahead of its time. It was just so many amazing games. That's the thing. I just like Oliver, I enjoy games like he was talking about Silent Hill 2 earlier in this playthrough. And he's saying, like, in general, and I agree with this, Silent Hill 2 isn't really a fun game. It's not really fun. But it is so fucking enjoyable. Especially for the story and just the immersiveness in the environment. Heck, while I say the best game ever made for the PS2 is Shining Force EXA, I would say the most immersive game ever is Dot Hack Infection. And that's the thing, it's just, I enjoy the art styles, I enjoy the music, I enjoy good gameplay and fun, especially in FPS games. I care about mechanics most of all. I care about good story. Though I'd say out of all things in a game, actually having a game you enjoy is the most. And I enjoy games of so many different types. And it's cool, you get to explore all these different worlds. You get to see amazing environments and backgrounds, amazing music and voices and character designs, and yes, even a great fan service. There are so many really beautiful women with giant titties, with just all the jiggle physics. That's the best type of physics. Jiggle physics, just giant fucking titties. It's fucking awesome. Love boobies. Granted, I would still date a girl who's flat-chested, and I would definitely love, ideally, a futa with big titties and a big dick who is a top. The same regard, I would definitely still be okay with dating someone like Emil, provided they're not being a fucking asshole like you're being right now, Emil. Fuck you. Fuck off with that shit, you fucking asshole. Fucking bullshit. Treat me like I'm fucking disabled, like I'm retarded, like I'm stupid, like I'm lazy, like I'm some fucking parasite, like I can't do anything on my own. Like I have to fucking get some sort of fucking pity assistance. Like what? You expect me to only have a relationship out of pity? You expect me to only have friends out of pity? You expect me to only be able to survive and get by out of pity? That I'm some sort of worthless fucking failure at life and constantly talk down to me? I'm sorry you have low self-esteem and you're worried about being considered second rate. That doesn't mean you have any right to talk down to me and treat me like shit. Especially since I fully respected you as is and didn't think any less of you, and now you're talking down to me as if I'm fucking garbage. as if I'm considered worthless in your eyes. Didn't this conversation start with me saying that, am I your enemy? And you're like, no, you're my friend. And of course, I didn't have to have this conversation with you. I don't need to justify any of my fucking life decisions to you, Emil. I did so because I was, one, you were being a little more assertive, and I was like happy that you were trying to talk to me, and also because I respect our friendship. So I did so out of respect for you. I don't need to justify goddamn shit to you. I talked to you about this because you're my friend, and because I respect our friendship, but apparently you fucking don't. So I'm surprised you even want to be friends with someone as worthless as me. But yeah, that's it. I'm happy that Dad is a deacon. But it's the fact that I feel like he couldn't be accepting of me or be kind to me or be better to me. And here's the thing. If you really had any connection to God or Jesus, and this applies to anybody, whether you're an atheist that's just a good person and has some sort of connection to God, even if you don't accept it, or even if you're, whether any denomination of Christian, whether you're a Protestant, Orthodox, Catholic, I feel like if you have any connection to God, you would be pro-Trump. I feel that not only am I fully supportive of Donald Trump as being the greatest president we have ever had, and everything he's done has actually been 100% I fully support. But I'll tell you this. I can also say that I feel strongly that Martin Luther King Jr., Jesus, the Punisher, and Abraham Lincoln, even Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and Teddy Roosevelt, I feel they all would 100% be supportive of Donald Trump. Well, except for Abraham Lincoln, he might have issue because Trump said he's going to want to get rid of the penny. So maybe Abraham Lincoln might care about that. But for the most part, I feel that at this point, I feel that any religious person, heck, even if you're say a Jewish person that believes in God, but you don't feel that Jesus was your Messiah, I still feel that if you have a connection to God, you would know that what Trump is doing is good. And it's just a mix of the fact that he's so anti-Trump that he thinks Trump's the Antichrist, and the fact that he's so fucking judgmental toward me, and the fact that he hates Christmas and says basically Christmas shouldn't exist. Same with Easter. In the same regard, guess what? The fact that he's also anti-gay. It's just, give me something to fucking work with here. And here's another thing to keep in mind. It's just the amount of judgmental, hypocritical bullshit with that. And it's just the fact that your stance on Trump shows me that you do not care about America, that you completely just believe whatever the mainstream media tells you, that you think Trump is racist or bigoted when he's not. He's literally against it. Heck, at this point, someone being against Trump, it shows racist and biggest countries on their part. And yet, I'm probably the person who's the Nazi supporter, right? But then there's this. Trump is the opposite of a Nazi. Heck, if you compare Trump to Hitler, he is the opposite. And also, if you look at things like fascism and communism, it's fucking horseshoe theory. Look that up if you ever get the fucking chance, okay? It's just, at what point were the Nazis or communist Russia trying to allow people to have freedom of speech or individual rights or property? They weren't. Literally, all the people that were going against Trump are literally advocating for murdering children and taking away free speech and destroying the country and undermining Christianity as a whole. I mean, you're literally wanting to support the people that are wanting to destroy Christianity. So let me get this straight. You're so fucking offended at the idea that I want a fucking Christmas tree. Oh God, it's so fucking horrible. I like the idea of a tree with pretty colors and lights on it. But heaven fucking forbid I just want a happy, healthy, loving relationship with someone who cares about me, regardless of if they're the gender that you approve of. Then again, even if I date a woman, even if I'm not even fucking them, you don't approve of it. Like it's some sort of sin to even go on a date with a girl or even kiss a girl if I'm not married to them first, especially given the fact the way the current marriage laws exist or the way society is right now, both in terms of economic issues or just how relationships exist in the current, situation we got going on. You either are completely apathetic and are either lacking intelligence or lack care to where you are willfully ignorant, both in terms of the relationship stuff and the stuff about Trump. You're either willfully ignorant or you just don't care, which is stuff that would directly impact me and make my life worse. Which means, at that point, you obviously don't care about me in any fucking way. Now, granted, he drove me and Mom to the surgery and dropped me and Mom off when I had the bladder surgery, and he came and picked me up. And he even, pulled the car up on the curb in front of my apartment and even walked me to my door. And I'll say this, I still appreciate that. Any little bit of a thing he ever did, I appreciate. And I don't hate him. I still respect him. I just feel angry that I feel that he doesn't respect me. I feel angry that I feel I can't trust him. I just want him to be kinder to me and have more fucking respect for me and just want me to be happy. Okay? Besides, if God was the kind of being that's going to send me to fucking hell for being gay, at that point there's 1,000 other things that are more of a concern. And even then, what's that fucking say about heaven? If you're going to be, it means even if you go to heaven, you're going to be constantly threatened, fall in line or I'll kick you out of heaven. And even then, what kind of place is heaven going to be? If you're going to have to do all these things that make you so unhappy here on earth, then what the fuck is heaven going to be like? That's the thing. If you have to live by that certain, just arduous fucking circumstance that's so fucking miserable, then what do you expect heaven to be like if you expect that to be the criteria to get there? And even then, I find the whole idea of hell unjustifiable. I use stuff like Hellraiser or the Guro game, which is probably the most mature, violent, gross fucking thing you ever could imagine. A game from the early 2010s, if not late 2000s, called Demonophobia. It was a game originally made in Korea. And no one knows who made this game. I was actually the one who suggested this game as a Let's Play to an individual called DDR Maniac 007. Okay? And I enjoyed watching it because I felt like I was hanging out with him and it was like I was sharing with somebody the stuff that I think about. Because at the end of the day is this. It's my thought experiment. It's my psychological justification, my visual representation of why hell is unjustifiable. Because at the end of the day is this. Anybody out there that says, oh, there's a hell and people will burn in hell, think about how fucking evil that is. You have people that are going to church every day, fucking smiling and talking about how much they love their neighbor and all that shit. And then they're saying that, well, this person's going to burn in hell for eternity. And that's, of course, lacking a bit of creativity, too. But they're basically saying somebody's going to be thrown away into eternal torment and isolated and lose everything of value to them, have just the most horrible experience. Like, how is that justifiable in any way, shape, or form? And here's the thing. At that point, you're dealing with people that are monsters. I mean, think about it. You have people going to church acting like they're all holier than thou, judgmental, self-righteous fucking pricks with a fucking smile on their face about how I love my neighbor. But you're also thinking that your neighbor's going to fucking go to hell, be lit on fire, and have fucking barbed wire run through their flesh. How is that justifiable? How does that make you anything other than a fucking monster? And here's the thing. How on earth would I be able to respect even the creator of the universe if the creator was okay and if not happy with the existence of such a thing? How is that okay? How is that even remotely okay? Let alone it be against people over slight things like, oh, you ate a piece of bacon. Oh, you dated someone with a penis. Or you had the wrong opinion. Or you're the wrong kind of Christian. We only let this type of Catholic in, or this type of Orthodox. Or you gave 9% in tithes instead of 10. Or you tithed your net instead of your gross. Or you didn't give enough money to your pastor. You didn't, obey your pastor well enough. Or some shit. It's just the fucking... And it's just things this. I looked at things like Hellraiser, the movie Hellraiser, or to the game Demonophobia. And I say to people that think hell is justified, and I say, well, look at this horror movie that represents hell. Look at this game called Demonophobia about being in hell. How on earth can you justify that is morally right for that to exist? I use those stories as my justification, as proof that it's fucking wrong. Heck, at one point I wrote my own little thought experiment out about, call it a field of blenders. The idea is that, what if everyone was immortal afterward, and they're on a giant planet the size of Jupiter, and they're all just piloting these little tanks around that are just large blenders. Everyone's naked inside of it. You can go around and talk to people, you can share memes and funny stories. But here's the thing. First off, for all eternity, in the same sense as I have no mouth and I must scream, you're isolated. Okay? I care about hugs. I don't remember what a hug feels like. I like hugs. Okay? I like affection. I need love and affection. Okay? I'm sorry it sounds fucking petty, but I want to be cared about and treated well. Okay? I want someone I can feel safe and close and intimate with, that I think is cute, who thinks I'm cute. Okay? Why is anything other than me being alone for fucking eternity considered a sin in your fucking eyes? It's not like I'm doing anything to defy you or attack you, and it's not like I'm going out being a debaucherous and just fucking 100 random fucking people just to get off. I just want a loving relationship with someone who cares about me. Okay, I just want to be loved and cared about, and treated well, and feel safe with somebody, okay? How is that so fucking wrong to the point that you judge me, even if it's a girl that I'm fucking trying to date? Let alone if I want to date somebody with a big cock and balls, and I want to suck their dick and shit. Suck the dick, play with the balls, and ride their cock, okay? How is that wrong? That I just want a loving relationship with someone who appreciates me, who is loyal to me, who would never ever hurt me, and thinks I'm the most important person in the world to them, who actually cares about me and respects my personality, my boundaries, and accepts me for who I am. Why am I expected to just be alone forever, or disrespected, or treated like I'm garbage? It's just... And in general, yes, I enjoy horror games. I enjoy horror movies. I enjoy playing games like Dead Space and Dead Rising, where you're like fighting aliens and it's scary and dangerous. Obviously, I wouldn't want to live in that situation. It'd be horrible. It'd be horrific. It'd be a fucking nightmare. But it's fun to play video games. And that's the other thing about video games. He considers playing video games in any way wrong. He at least let me play games and shit. And I agree with Oliver. I'm not going to outgrow video games. I'm not going to outgrow music. I'm not going to outgrow stories, or wanting to walk on a fucking bike trail, or wanting someone to care about me. It's fucking judgmental. There's nothing fucking wrong with me enjoying the things I enjoy. It's not hurting anyone. It's not hurting me. It's not hurting anyone else. Okay, I enjoy my video games. I'll say this. But as far as he's concerned, to be like, it's morally wrong to even play fucking Mario. Okay? Heaven forbid, and I was trying to extend all branch, like, hey, can we just play Mario together? But here's the thing, he won't even let my mom play fucking Mario. He won't even let her hook in her NES, her Nintendo, that she's had since the 90s. The early 90s, okay? My nose keeps getting stuffy. Let me blow my nose real quick, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. My nose is getting stuffy. But here's the thing. It's not like she's even going to be buying a new console or anything, let alone the fact that it could buy something. But no. A fucking Nintendo that they've had since the 90s. It's a 30-year-old fucking console. 30 years old. With games that, they've owned the whole time. He won't even let mom plug it into the television, saying it's going to break the TV if you put the... And it's not like we even owns a big TV. It's just like a medium-sized television. It's like what, maybe 30 inches across or something at best? If that, maybe smaller. I don't know. I didn't measure it. It'd be fucking inappropriate if all of a sudden pull out a fucking tape measure and start measuring their fucking TV. But it's not like it's a big TV. And even then, like I said, it's a fucking bullshit dumbass reason. And I don't know if he honestly believes it or not either. I think he honestly believes it, that it would break the TV. But one, it wouldn't. And two, is this. Like, you won't even let mom plug in a fucking game. It's like, what the fuck is that? Then again, it's not like mom would miss him. I mean, he's only married to her because he wants to be a deacon and thinks he has to be married to her and they would never let him be back in the church to begin with. And she's married him because financially that's, not granted here soon. She'll at least get some Social Security, so that'd probably help her out in that. But here's the thing. She's mentioned the possibility of him dying 100 times. Like, one, if she died, he wouldn't care. In fact, I think he would just remarry some other person. Heck, the woman he was with, before mom, that he cheated on to be with mom, she's like 70. He'd probably remarry them, and they'd probably live for another year before they die of fucking old age. But I feel like he would just instantly remarry. I don't think he would care. And here's the thing, I'll tell you this, 2 days after Christmas, recently, a couple months ago, they had to replace their washing machine. And, I went over and I helped, basically carry in the new washing machine with the assistance of a dolly. And so he could and granted, he hooked it up, but I helped to, get it in and out of the truck. And we had to go a place because the initial one he got didn't work. Wouldn't hook up to what he had. I don't mind helping him out. I was happy to help him out. For as much as I'm bitching, I still respect him. I still appreciate everything he did for me. I just feel angry and resentful. And I feel upset at feeling at things that I feel he let me down on. I feel at ways that he's disrespected or insulted me. And I feel angry at the idea that I feel I can't trust him. The fact that I feel scared of him. The fact that I feel concerned about how he'd react or how he'd possibly even treat mom in reaction to me coming out. That would he either force mom to hate me or have some major huge issue and converse to where all of a sudden they have some huge fight between each other and it's somehow my fault. Heck, I remember when they first got together for the first few years, they both drank beer. There was tons of fights and arguments and yelling and yelling and yelling and yelling and yelling. Usually anytime I heard yelling, my reaction was I went to my toy chest, which is a white elephant with polka dots, and I would go inside my toy chest like fucking Binding of Isaac. Thankfully, the shit didn't lock. It didn't have hinges. It was just a lid. I imagine suffocating to death in a fucking box would be fucking awful. It's just, again, all things said and done, I respect him. I don't know if I can really say I love him, but I at least respect him, and I wish no harm on him. At the end of the day, is this. I would still like it if he actually, I felt more that he loved and was proud of me and respected me and would be accepting of me no matter what. That I could just be openly bisexual or gay, and he would just accept it and not treat me any differently. That you just want me to be happy. It's not like I'm wanting to go out and murder and cannibalize people. Obviously, I wouldn't expect him to accept me for that. That's obviously really bad. It's not like I'm expecting him to I'm going to go rob a bank and I want him to accept me for robbing a bank or some shit. It's that, hey, I just want a relationship with somebody who loves me and gives me hugs and is affectionate and cares about me and, helps me to feel better. That's not, I'm not doing anything wrong there. I just want to be cared about. But then I still respect him. And in situations if he needs help with stuff, I still want to help him. And above all, I love my mom. I love my mom very, 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 very much. And my mom means so very much to me. And like I said, I don't want my mom to hate me or think I'm gross or disgusting. You know, I would want her to just be happy that I'm happy. I just would want her to just be happy that, you know, her son has somebody who loves and cares about him. That I don't have to be all alone for fucking eternity. Or, you know, what? Do you want me to get married again? Do you want me to go through another divorce? Do you want me to be stuck in a legal contract with another person who's being abusive to me? Do you want me to lose even more children? Do you want me to suffer like that? I can't go through that again. It was the loneliest, most painful fucking thing in my... And again, like, I'm grateful for my son. I'm so happy he's doing well. But I miss him. And the day my son was born was the happiest day of my life, holding him as a newborn. I still have all those memories of him being a little tiny baby. And just, I did everything. I taught him to read. I taught him to talk. I taught him to walk. I took him to doctor's appointments. I changed his diapers. I fed him. I would sing him lullabies. I would read him stories. Heck, I'll tell you this. When I first started the channel, I tried reading Winnie the Pooh for a couple videos on this channel, and I'll tell you this. When I would read the stories to my son, it would just be a happy, loving, you know, I'm just reading a story like I'm reading a story, and I'm happy, and I'm looking down at him, and he's looking at me, and he's smiling, and he's happy, and he's enjoying me reading to him. But I don't know if I'll ever be able to read him a story ever again. Heck, he probably would say, even if me and him start actually seeing each other again, he'd probably be like, I'm too old for that now. I still would want to read the stories to him. Like, he could be fucking 40 years old, okay? I could be like 80-something or some shit. I don't have the time to... Okay, he's like, whatever, I don't care. I don't care about the fucking math of that. I don't care about that. The point is still the same regardless. I could be fucking 80 years old, and he could be fucking 40. Or whatever difference are... I don't care. The point is this. We could live for millions of years. I could be 5 billion years old, and he could also... Because at that point, you know, the difference in age is basically non-existent anymore. But here's the thing. I could be 5 billion years old, and he could be like 5 billion minus a couple decades. Okay? I would still want to sit and read Winnie the Pooh to him. Okay? But I'll tell you this, when I read it for the fucking videos, for this fucking channel, I sounded like a demon. Because all I could see was that my child isn't here with me, and I'm reading to a fucking computer screen. My anger and my grief showed through my voice, and that's all you could hear was my anger and my grief. And I sounded like a fucking demon from how angry and sad I was over it. But it's just... I tend to be a lonely person who really wants someone to care about me and be affectionate me and respect me and care about me. But I'll tell you this, as lonely as I am now, and as lonely as I am was any other time in the past, I'll tell you this, I was never more lonely than when I was married to my ex-wife. It was horrible, and I would never ever want to do that ever again. It was awful. Now, yes, I do want a loving, caring relationship, but I would rather be alone than be with someone who's a fucking psycho who doesn't give a shit about me and who is physically, verbally, psychologically, and emotionally abusive to me. And let alone be stuck in a fucking contract with the government, forcing me to stay with someone who treats me in such a horrible way, rendering me in a situation where I feel completely powerless and helpless, and I just feel like I'm constantly having to walk on eggshells. It was horrible. I was never more alone or more miserable in my life. And I'll say this, the day my son was born was the happiest day of my life. But I never want to have a child taken away from me again. I never want to lose children again. I never want to lose a family again. And there's so many horror stories of people who have gone through even worse things than me, where their kids have died, or they've literally just never seen them again. Situations where their families were even more dysfunctional in terms of their marriages than mine was. And I'll tell you this, I did everything I could to be the best father and husband I could be. But I'll tell you this, never again. It's just no, I can't. That hurt too much. I cannot I will not go through any of that ever again. Ever. But my issue with my dad is like, here's the thing. It's cool like that he wanted to become a deacon and stuff. That's good. But I would have liked it if you did a better job as a father. If you actually were kinder to me. If you did more to help me out. If you treated me better. If you didn't and again, is this the fact of the matter at this point? Given what Trump is doing, I feel that any church, pastor, or deacon that is against Trump, automatically, they don't have anything to do with Jesus. I feel those people have nothing to do with God. Because if they had a connection to Jesus, if they had a connection to God, they would know the truth. They wouldn't just believe what CNN said and just take it at face value. They'd be able to think for themselves. Like, where is your fucking critical thinking? Heck, I remember one point I was mentioning your dad about my concerns about the fact that, if there was war in heaven at one point, the whole thing with Satan and everything, there could be again. And he told me, don't think about that too much. That's a trick of the devil. Like, what? It's a trick of the devil to think about things too much? Critical thinking? Seriously? I mean, just maybe a little more respect and common decency toward me. Or, here's the thing. You can be as religious as you want. How about don't be so fucking controlling and overbearing of me? Why do I feel like the Sunflower Pie game, which is a prequel to this game, which is primarily 99% all about Oliver and his interactions with his mom and dad, his parents, and even then, at least it's implied that it's autism's from his mom in this situation, but it's also kind of very strongly implied that the dad in this scenario is not Oliver's biological father. But basically, autism is the least of the concerns when it comes to his mom. Though it's kind of odd earlier, the mention of where Judith said that, Violet's mom is selling fucking DMT, psychedelics, and weed to my mom. That's weird. So that's the thing with Dolly, but I'm just saying this. And granted, at least I'll tell you this. I don't think either of my real-world parents ever did any weed or anything. I don't think they ever did any illegal drugs, just beer. And of course, my mom still smokes, even though the doctors told her, especially after the strokes, that she shouldn't do that anymore. It was going to kill her. And yet, all these years later, she keeps saying she's going to stop smoking. And it's just, no, it's not going to happen. And it's just... fuck. I mean, seriously, fuck. It's just, here's the thing. Oliver, like, the game Sunflower Pie is a prequel to this game. And it's about, the 99.99% of the game is about Oliver and his relationship with his mom and his dad. And Dolly, his mom in the game, definitely there are some other psychological issues she definitely has, to where there's seriously something else fucking wrong with her. But I'll tell you this, to a large degree, I felt playing that game very reminiscent of my own interactions with my own parents. Then again, like I said, this whole thing with this whole fucking game, Oliver looks like I did when I was 18. His personality, his mannerisms, his facials, the way he talks to people, the way he thinks with his inner monologue. It's literally I'm playing a game about myself. I'm literally playing a game as myself. But like I said, I'm glad he quit drinking. I'm so grateful for that. Honestly, if he went back to drinking, I would completely lose any respect for him, and I'd fucking disown him. Somebody plays this. My dad, my stepdad. I consider him my dad. I'll tell you this. If at any point he ever went back to drinking, I would fucking lose every shred of respect for him, and I would completely disown him and have nothing to do with him. And I would actively choose to never have anything to do with him ever again. I would be less forgiving of that than if he were to outright hate me and try to hurt me and physically attack me for coming out. So basically, even if I were to come out and be bisexual or gay, and his reaction was to say he hates me, disown me, and to fucking punch me or some shit, and say I'm possessed by demons and I need an exorcism and I'm going to go to burn in hell and I'm an evil, horrible person and Jesus would hate me, I would be more forgiving of that than if he went back to drinking, okay? That being said, while I respect him for being a hard worker at things, even though he did give all the money away to the church, so fat lot of good it did the family, while I respect him, and he was there for me as a father, albeit some things I have issues with, let's be clear about something. I am a good person in spite of him, not because of him. And while I am proud of him for being a deacon and for all the dedication he's put into the Bible, I feel angry and resentful for how I feel he has betrayed and abandoned and insulted me and been overly controlling of me. You can be a deacon and live your life however you want to. It doesn't mean you have to be overbearing and controlling about how I live my life. Okay? I can live my life the way I want to live my life. Okay? I don't need you condemning me or insulting me or saying this or that is wrong. And I don't need to have to worry about what if you force my mom to hate me for being gay? Or what if you try to argue with her and she winds up taking my side and then there's some big huge fight and argument. And then it's like you guys are fighting again like you were when I was younger. And even then, I'm the one to blame. It's all my fault. Heck, at that point, what if he fucking dies? And then people at the funeral will be like, oh, he only died because you stressed him out from being gay. Heck, part of me even consider, what if my mom kills herself over it? Besides, oh, she can't live with the shame of having a gay son, so she just fucking kills herself. Or if dad, like, murders mom and then pours gasoline all over himself and burns the house down. Yes, I'm being a bit extreme. I'm not sure if I'm being facetious or ironic. And yes, I'm being a bit paranoid. But at the same time, I'm trying to be open and honest with the fact that I worry about this shit. This is the kind of stuff that's on my mind, and it bothers me, and it worries me, okay? So I'm just saying this. It's good that he's a deacon. I'm just saying, could you be more understanding and accepting of me? I'm not trying to defy you. I'm not trying to make you look bad. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm not rebelling against God. I just want to live my life, be happy, and just feel safe with someone, be cared about. I just want to be happy and feel loved and be treated well. I just want someone who cares about me. Okay, I just don't want to be alone for fucking ever. I want somebody that I'm happy with and I feel safe with and who is happy to be with me. Someone who thinks I'm cute and pretty and attractive and handsome. Someone who loves me. Okay? So it's so fucking bad that I want to feel accepted and loved and cared about, that I don't like being alone all the time, that the fact that I don't remember what a hug feels like makes me feel just a tad bit sad. So it'd just be nice if you just were okay with me being me and you're just happy that I'm happy. Or at the very least, if you can't be happy for me, then just get the fuck out of my way. If you hate me that fucking much. If I would be such a fucking shame and disappointment to you, that would make you look bad in the eyes of the other people at the church. Like all you care about is getting the approval from the pastor because you think that gets you into heaven. Because at the end of the day, you just care what people think of you. And much you say, oh, I shouldn't care. And here's the thing. It's the fact that you are so overbearing with certain things. Like, here's the thing. During my entire high school years, all 4 years of high school, you would get up at 3 a.m. to type out the Bible for an hour on a typewriter. I don't even know if anyone listening to this would even remember what a typewriter is, but those things are fucking loud, and we lived in a very tiny house, okay? The walls were paper, pretty much, okay? Heck, when I worked third shift when I was older, I'd sleep during the day, and here's the thing, there'd be multiple TVs on in the house, and if I wanted to, even if if I had 4 hands, I could have 2 hands covering my ears, and the shit from the other TVs was so loud that I could have taken out a notebook paper and I could have written down the verbatim, every single word the characters in your TV shows were saying. So you have everything so fucking loud, everyone's banging on doors, being as loud as possible, making all this fucking noise in a tiny little house where I could hear fucking everything with no respect for me trying to sleep, despite the fact that I'm working third shift and I'm paying rent. But on the very few days I'd be up, I'd be home at night. On very few days I was day off and my friends were busy and I couldn't hang out with them, I'd be home. And here's the thing. There would be a couple times I'd try to pace around my bedroom. Just walk around in a couple steps. Just in my own bedroom. And they'd get pissed off at me for that. Or how about this? I'd go to the bathroom to have to go piss. And they'd be annoyed because I was making too much noise, quietly trying to... Like, I was basically walking... Like, I've never cheated on any romantic partner I've ever had. But I was basically walking from my bedroom to the bathroom to try to use it as if I was some cheating husband trying to sneak back in the house and not be caught by my wife. Okay, that's basically how I was walking through the house. I was basically tiptoeing in the dark through the hallway from my bedroom, like opening my door very carefully to be as quiet as possible, not even turning lights on until I was in the bathroom, and I was just trying to be as quiet as possible, just so I can go, and it's like, I'm not banging anything, I'm literally sneaking to the bathroom to go piss, because I have to go to the bathroom. I work third shift, this is when I'm awake. And yet, at the end of the day, you get annoyed at me like I'm bothering you when you're trying to sleep. Even though you're going to be getting up in an hour to at least read. At least at that time, you weren't typing out the fucking Bible on a typewriter anymore. Though you actually had a computer by then. But most of the time, you'd get up and you'd be typing stuff on a computer. So here's the thing. You're going to be getting up in an hour anyway. You never had any respect for me trying to sleep when I was in high school. Or for anybody. Heck, a large degree, I feel like you spent the time on the Bible because you're like, you want to do your own shit without anyone bothering you. Like if you were to play a game, if you enjoy that sort of stuff, you know, people can say, oh, you're just playing a game. But in this, you can say, oh, I'm reading the Bible. It's for God. You can't tell me not to do this. Like I feel like it was just a way to escape from your family and from your home. Like I feel like you hate your family, you hate your home, and you'd rather actually, if you had a choice, you'd sleep at the church. And heck, I know so many times before work, you'd go to the church and you'd pray at the church, even sometimes if no one was there, or you'd let in where other people could come in and pray if they wanted. And you'd start to fall asleep in the pew at the church. You would rather fall asleep praying at the church than you would be at home. You hated your own home, your own life, and your own family that fucking much and resent everyone. I've never met anyone so fucking bitter and... Like, there is nothing in life that makes you happy. Like, for most of my life, as far as I'm concerned, the 2 dominant emotions I've ever seen you have are anger and Jesus. Those are the only emotions you have. The best I can hope for is apathy. And here's the thing. And the fact of the matter is, you were such an alcoholic. Like I said, you weren't like drinking Jack Daniels, you weren't like beating people or anything. But here's the thing, there was tons of fighting and arguing. And here's the other thing to keep in mind is this. When you take church communion, that tiny little thimble of basically grape juice, you take it back like a fucking shot as fast as possible. Because you've even mentioned this to me, to the pastor, to other people at the church, Mom. You've mentioned that you drink it this way because you are scared. You've literally said verbatim that you are scared. You've literally mentioned verbatim that you are scared about even a drop of it touching your tongue or your lips. You're scared of the idea that you'll even taste it, even a little bit, and that it'll make you want to go back to drinking. That you take the communion for the sake of doing the tradition to please the pastor, but you don't want to taste it anyway because you're scared that the moment you taste it again, you'll go back to being an alcoholic. Which again, like I said, if you ever do, I lose all fucking respect for you at all. Period. Because like I said, I'm very grateful that you fucking stopped, you and mom stopped drinking. So, I'm not okay with either of you ever going back to that shit. Any reason. But here's the thing. You didn't have any fucking respect for me typing out the fucking Bible. And here's the thing. I'm just going to the bathroom. I don't give you any problem. I don't cause any problems. I'm not bringing anyone over or doing anything fucking wrong. It's not like I'm even trying to cook anything in the kitchen. Okay? I pay all my own shit. I do chores. I treat you with respect. I never caused you any fucking problems. I have every fucking red flag of somebody that you should honestly expect that, oh, you haven't heard from a couple days. Did he fucking hang himself in his fucking bedroom? Okay, like, honestly, it would not be... Like, did you not fucking care about me in any fucking way? And even then, I couldn't move out. I had nowhere to go. And even then, I treated you guys with respect. Do everything I could to be respectful of you. And here's the thing. I'm paying half the rent. I was paying half the rent. Okay? So it's equally my roof, too. Because I'm paying the bills. And yet, I go to the bathroom, and you bitch at me. Like, you blare, everyone blares everything at top fucking volume so fucking loud during the day where I can't fucking sleep. But the very rare day I'm home at night, where you should be happy I'm even home at all, I go sneak to the bathroom as quietly as possible, and you bitch at me that I'm annoying you. So much so that you got on my case so much and so repeatedly that I eventually just started pissing in a bottle in my room instead of going to the bathroom. Not because I was lazy, and not because I'm some gross person who wants to keep fucking piss bottles in his room, but because I'm not allowed to go to the bathroom or else you're angry at me. The fuck? Heck, he also expressed the thing that he's even mentioned it verbatim, word for word, to me and to my mom, about me and to my mom with me, that if I was ever in a relationship and I became homeless and I were to ever live with them, if I had a partner, they're not allowed to sleep in the same bedroom as me. They're not allowed to sleep in the same room. Even if we're asleep on the couch, they can't even lay next to me. Can't even be asleep next to me. We shouldn't even be kissing inside the house if we're... So the idea is that, say, even back when I was engaged and living with a woman, the person I eventually married, the idea is that what if I hit financial hardship and I had to not have a place to live? Basically, as far as they're concerned, like, well, I could come back and sleep on the couch, but, since I'm not legally married, I'm not allowed, even if they're not home, I shouldn't be kissing or even making out with my fiance in their home, even if they're not there. And the other idea is this, and even if when I was married, that even if there was a situation, even when I was married and had a child, if I were to have to come over, they're like, well, you can basically have the couch for you and your wife and child. And there are a couple times that basically we did spend the night because of Christmas. We did spend a night on a Christmas once. Which part of me allowed that, just like, okay, we'll see what's going on. I'll see how he's going to be about it. My son slept in the playpen in the living room, and my wife had the couch, and I basically had the love seat. Because even though there was enough room on the couch for both of us, it's not like we'd be fucking there, but as far as it's concerned, like, oh, well, you guys can't be laying there because we don't want to see you, wake up. Like, what if I walk in the living room and I see you guys laying there cuddling each other? Like, how dare, like, I don't want to see you holding anybody. And even then, even under that circumstance, it would be that we still shouldn't be doing anything in a house if they're not there. Not that that circumstance really came up, but still. It's just the amount of over-controlling, judgmental asshole shit. And the fact that I've worked so hard my entire life, and yet I'm talked down to as if I'm a fucking burden, as if I'm a parasite. I'm constantly criticized, as if I'm lazy, as if I'm not, like, I've even at times where I'm like working 60 hours a week, doing manual labor, physical labor. Oh, I'm still lazy. Really? The fucking disrespect. And I suppose I'll end the one thing for it, like, how Dad was like, oh, you shouldn't care what people think of you. Like, one, you fucking look down on me and treat me like shit, don't think well of me. And the fact that you care, like, if I do something, you care more about what the church, the pastor, and even the neighbors think. And here's the thing, you hate the neighbors, you don't care about them, but you'll still fucking judge me and talk down to me as if I'm going to make you look bad in front of them, people that you hate. Like, you literally hate these people, you don't even know them, and you would be happy if they died. And yet, if I do something you think would make them look bad in front of these complete strangers you hate, you'd be upset with me because I make you look bad in front of strangers, in front of people you hate, in front of the public, in front of the church, in front of the pastor. Like, you don't care about me, you don't care about God, you just care about what people think about you and avoiding hell. And again, I don't think you should be punished anyway for that, and I still respect you. But the end of the day is this. I feel angry about how you treat me over it. That's what I'm upset about, is how I'm being treated. Looking back, I definitely should have moved out much earlier, but it's just, and that's part of the reason why I'd rather be alone than be with my parents ever again. I'd rather be alone than live with people that are fucking in horrible, fucking squalid conditions. And I'd rather be alone than be with someone like my ex-wife ever again. I am never marrying anyone ever again. And I'm not going through any of that. I'm not losing a family again. I will not have my child taken away from me again. I will not go through any of that again. I cannot go through any of that again. Never. But I guess I'll leave it one thing about the whole, don't let people, don't care what people think of you. And again, this is largely adds a lot more context to this if you look back at this understanding that I'm autistic. Because that definitely throws a whole another fucking layer to this too. That apparently I'm someone who has autism. Is this. I remember being 17 years old. I remember being at church. I never gave my parents any problems. I'm an Eagle Scout. I have straight A's. I'm taking calculus, physics, chemistry, all that stuff. I've went through so much bullying and mistreatment throughout my life, especially in school. I pay my tithes and offering. I pay for my school supplies. I pay for my scout supplies. I pay for anything I personally want. And I do chores. Granted, I'm not paying rent at that time because I'm still 17 and a junior in high school. But we're at church. It's a fucking 3-hour long church service. Because like I said, pretty much every church service is like 3 hours fucking long. And it's the pastor basically he collects like offering like 5 times throughout the service. There's some point where they're singing and some praise going on. Some Bible reading. And most of it's like a fucking hour. But majority of it is an hour and a half long to 2 hour. Like 2 hours of the 3 hours is just a 2-hour long lecture from the fucking pastor talking about how humanity is fucking filthy, we're all garbage, and God is going to burn the planet and kill everyone, and everything's going to die. That was my church experience. Week after week after week after week. Now here's the thing. At no point have I, disrespected the pastor and did anything wrong. And in fact, even my response to this story was just to be like, I don't feel okay with this, and I'm just going to not go to church as often. And granted, even after this, I still went to church from time to time, and I still was trying to pay my tithes and offering. But in general, I definitely withdrew and started to not really go. And to a large degree, I lost respect for my dad from this, and I lost respect for the pastor and the church as a whole for this. Basically, it's during the time where they're having some, people are singing and praising God, and some people are standing up and clapping, to the stuff. It's an apostolic church. It's like a mix between a DBZ fusion of Catholicism and Southern Baptist. Though all three groups, Catholics, Southern Baptists, and Apostolics, would all be offended at that description. Also keep in mind that I am the palest white person you've ever met. My mom is white, my biological dad was white. My stepdad is the darkest shade of black you've ever fucking seen. The entire church is black, the pastor's black, and for the most part, at most times in said church, for the most part, it was usually me and my mother as the only white people in the church. Occasionally, there was this one other white person, there was this black man who was married to a white woman who had a son, and of course that son was both their biological child, and that person was there some of the time, but for the most part, really didn't see that person too often. And sometimes my mom wasn't there, it was just me. Though my mom was really into the Left Behind book series at one point, so she definitely has her own peculiarities when it comes to religion. But, point being, I wasn't bothering anybody. I was 17 years old, and let's be clear, while I wasn't exactly advertising it or talking about my feelings, I was extremely depressed and feeling suicidal at that time. Okay? Now that being said, I wasn't bothering anyone. And I wasn't like playing a fucking Game Boy or eating food inside the church or some shit. No. What I was doing, while people were like, standing up and singing gospel songs, and some people were like standing there clapping and swaying side to side, what was I doing? I was sitting there in the fucking church pew like a normal person, just sitting there with the Bible open, and I was just reading. My eyes are fully open. I'm not making any noise. I'm not doing anything that's bothering anyone. I am not bothering anybody. I am not making any noise. I am not bothering anyone. I am just sitting there listening to this stuff, listening to the gospel music being sung around me, that I'm, sitting there in this church for 3 fucking hours, week after week. And here's the thing. Instead of, standing up and clapping, what am I doing? And again, I'm not the only one sitting down. A lot of people are just sitting there, just staring out into space, looking at the other people singing. What am I doing? I am sitting quietly, not bothering anyone. I am sitting with my Bible open, just sitting there reading my Bible. That's it. I'm just sitting there, eyes wide open. I am not bothering anyone. I'm not making any noise. I'm not even moving. I am just sitting there, not bothering anyone, reading my Bible. And the pastor and his wife and his children all took offense to that and got angry at me and yelled at me for it. As if I was doing something bad. I got insulted and talked down to for quietly sitting in the pew reading the Bible. And keep in mind, at that point, they had a little, air quotes, public broadcasting system thing where they were trying to record the church services. And simply put, the pastor, I don't know if he ever succeeded this. I don't keep track of it anymore. I don't fucking care. Heck, I'll say this. He recently baptized one of my aunts, one of my mom's older sisters, recently got baptized by him. My mom brought it up out of nowhere and even brought out her phone and showed me a recording of her older sister getting baptized. Obviously, the main motivation for said aunt to be getting baptized recently is, well, she has lung cancer, and she's also really old. She's like the eldest of all the sisters. My mom's one of 6 siblings, okay? And my mom's the youngest. This older sibling of hers is actually the oldest of all the sisters. No matter what, she's going to die of old age at any day. Period. And any day, this person is going to die of old age. But also, they have cancer. They have lung cancer. It's probably going to be terminal. Now, again, I'm not judging her for getting baptized out of concern for that. That's fine. I understand completely. That's fine. I don't hold that. It's just the fact that people then choose to disrespect me about it as if there's something wrong with me. Like, why am I not attending church and all that shit? Like, it's like, and again, I didn't ask about this stuff. You just bring it up. So it's like, okay. But main thing is this. That pastor, in general, his dream, his goal, was to be an evangelist, a televangelist. You know, like those people on TV that give those speeches that are shown on the TV to millions of people? That's what he wants to do. I wasn't causing any problems. Also, I'm not there to be fucking recorded or part of your fucking, air quotes, TikTok. Granted, TikTok and YouTube didn't even exist back then. Heck, I'm not even sure if the internet existed really back then. But I'll say this. I sure as fuck wasn't agreeing to be on a fucking public broadcast show or to be part of your fucking televangelism. I'm at the church because I love Jesus and I love God and I want to read and know more about God and because I want to show my dedication to God. I don't care about what the church thinks. I don't care about what you think, and I don't care about what dad or any deacon fucking thinks or any self-righteous fucking Christians out there think. I am a Christian. Heck, let's be clear. I am a bisexual femboy Christian who loves futanari, and I 100% support Donald Trump. And I'm also pro-Israel. I love penis and cock and balls, and I also love boobs. I had to close a... I know this keeps getting stuffy. I'm just saying this. I'm not going to the church. I was not going. I don't go there anymore. And they're like, oh, you're a backslider. No, I'm not. I believe in God more than you. I have more faith and belief in Jesus than 99% of preachers out there in this world, regardless of their denomination. I have more faith in God and more love for God. And I'll tell you this, I don't think God fucking cares if somebody's gay or not. You know, it's not hurting anyone. I just want someone to love and care about me. Okay? I'm not rebelling against God. I'm not insulting anyone. I'm not trying to make you look bad. I just want to be happy. I just want someone to care about me. Why am I expected to be alone forever? Why am I expected to suffer? Why am I expected to be disrespected and told how worthless I am and be given burden upon burden? Why am I meant to be insulted? For the sake of you not feeling like you're being made to look bad in front of people you don't care about. Because at the end of the day, you don't give a shit about the people of the church. They could all die and you wouldn't care the tiniest bit, Dad. You just care about people looking down on you. And at the same time, he doesn't want to be the center of attention, not because he doesn't want the praise, but because he knows if anyone really put him in the center of attention and really started looking at him really closely, they would start to notice all the fucked up shit he did in the past. And they would know about all the stuff that he is ashamed of. He wants to be regarded in a high esteem, but he doesn't want to be noticed too highly because he knows the moment anyone looks at him in too depth that they would find nothing but disgusting things to be angry and condemning of him for. And again, I forgive him for all of that. But I'm saying this. Can you please be accepting and understanding of me? I'm not wanting to be gay or some shit to hurt you or defy you or rebel or make you look bad. I just want to not be fucking miserable. Okay? And unlike you, there are things that make me happy in this world. I enjoy anime and video games and music. And I enjoy, a loving romantic partner Whereas I'm pretty sure you and Mom don't love each other at all. I don't even know if you guys have even given each other a hug. And it's like literally, I'm pretty sure both of you hate each other. I'm pretty sure every day both of you wake up hoping that one of the two of you has died. Okay? Do you have any idea how depressing that is? From even my perspective? Given the fact that you're my fucking parents. It's just what the fuck. And keep in mind, there was a point where Mom did try to run away from you, like when I was like 11 or something. I already talked about that, but that was like forever ago. But I've already talked about that in a community post, as well as many other things that were perhaps a bit more serious, but still, you guys get the point. It's just, I was just sitting there. I wasn't bothering anyone. I wasn't making any noise. I wasn't even moving. I was just sitting there, my eyes fully open. It was easy to tell that I was awake from no matter what perspective you looked at me from, no matter what vantage point you had. It's easy to notice I'm fully awake, and you can see the Bible, and you see I'm just reading the Bible, and occasionally you see me turning a page. I'm just sitting there quietly reading the Bible, not bothering anyone. You should be grateful I was even there at all. Let alone the fact that I do pay you tithes and offering, and that my dad pays you a massive amount of tithes and offering, and he does all this shit for, like, you imagine some amount of common courtesy or some shit. Then again, some people say nepotism as far as my dad, as far as when I worked with him, but even then, he wound up disrespecting me more than anyone else, even though I was the hardest worker for him, and I certainly was the most qualified person he ever had work with him. So it wasn't an issue of nepotism so much as I was the most reliable worker he had available, and for the most part, he needed somebody like me. So if anything, I was the one doing the favor for him. Heck, at one point, one of the jobs he was doing, he had to put something in my name because he wasn't legally allowed to do it. Even though I was still technically a minor at that point too. But again, is what it is. I was trying to be helpful. I'm sorry I was a stupid teenager. Main point is this, no fucking and it's like, if anything, I got more disrespect than anyone else and had to work harder for less. And it's like, what the fuck? But here's the thing. The pastor, his wife, and his children decide to get angry at me and insult me and talk down to me as if I have disrupted their fucking service. And my dad chooses to take their side on it over his son. Grandly, stepson, but still. He chooses to take their side over me. And even then, in the future, when I go over there, how, like, I'm not going as often to the church, I start withdrawing from it. His response to me is that I shouldn't care what people think. Oh, what's it matter if I feel like everyone in the church hates me? What's it matter if the fucking pastor and his wife and his children, who are, his children who are older than me in their early 20s, are fucking insulting me and talking down to me? Oh, I shouldn't care what people think. And I'm like, I went to the church because I care about my connection to God. Heck, I'd rather praise God in my own home, in my own privacy. I don't care about, putting on a show for other people. My worship, my belief, my faith in God is between me and God. I don't need to try to, get some sort of approval of people so everyone around me thinks I'm some sort of righteous person. I'd rather be hated for the kind of person I'm rather than praised for something I'm not. End of the day, I don't care about improving. Like, when I was going to church, I was going there because I cared about God. I cared about my connection with God, with Jesus. Okay? I didn't give a shit about the other people in there. I had respect to them, and if anything, sometimes I talked to people, trying to be somewhat sociable, but for the most part, I was there to learn about God and listen to the, pastor. But again, it was just all fucking fear-mongering and hate all the time, it seemed, and fucking condescension. It made me feel worse about my life. That's fucking 3 hours out of my day every fucking week I was losing. And even then, I was paying offering, I'm paying tithes, even when I was afterward, when I was going there more, not as frequently. I was still bringing money for tithes and offering, and I was still treating everyone with respect. And it's not like I told off the fucking pastor or anything. I just became more withdrawn and more quiet. But at the end of the day, is this. Your response to me is, oh, you shouldn't care what people think of you. You should just go to the church anyway. One, you took their side over mine. Two, I'm saying, like, I'm perfectly fine. Like, here's the thing. Sometimes when I was younger, like, between like 12, 13, 14, 15, all that stuff, I'd be at a church. Sometimes I'd be in the Bible study room by myself. At which point I would stand up and I would sing gospel songs and praises to God. Because I didn't want to sing in front of other people. I just wanted to sing between me and God. My praise for God wasn't for anyone else. It was for me and God. Okay? Yes, I'm a bit introverted, withdrawn, period person, and a very shy and bashful person. And I had other emotional issues going on. But at the end of the day is this. A pastor, his wife, and his 2 children who are also been in church their whole lives, dressed in fucking fancy suits that came out of the money my dad gave for tithes, fucking, who are in their early 20s, who are like 5 years older, 5 to 6, 7 years older than me, all fucking talk down to and insult me for just being in their church, sitting there, quietly reading a Bible. And my dad takes their fucking side. At this point, I'm pretty sure if the pastor told him to kill a person, he would. Heck, if the pastor told him to kill me, he would. If the pastor told him to suck his dick, he'd do it. Like, literally, the pastor could tell him to do anything, and he'd fucking do it. Without question, without thought, without any amount of critical thinking. And as far as Dad's concerned, it's like, well, the TV said Trump is bad, and the pastor said Trump's bad, so Trump's bad. Trump's the Antichrist. Trump's the literal fucking devil. When he hasn't actually done anything wrong. And like I said, I would have at least respected if Dad was like, I don't like Trump because he's just some rich dude, or I don't trust politicians, or I don't like this particular policy he has. But no, it's just a talking point like, oh, he's a Nazi, he's Hitler, he's the devil. He's literally said verbatim that Trump is the Antichrist, that Trump is the devil, not even a devil, but that Trump is literally Lucifer, literally Satan. It's fucking insane. But back to the thing with the church. Saying, oh, you shouldn't care what people think, you should just go anyway. But at the end of the day, what's that amount to? He was worried me not going to the church would make him look bad. Oh, and then people would be like, oh, he has a son that's a backslider. He must not have been a good father, blah, blah, blah. Again, he wasn't. He wasn't. Fucking pissed. I still appreciate anything he did for me, but still fucking pissed. I mean, heck, I'll tell you this. A few years ago, the alternator in my car blew out. I bought a new alternator, and he installed it for me. He basically, he came over, propped up my car on a jack, he went under my car, he took out the old alternator, and he put in the new alternator that I bought. So, I mean, he's done things that are helpful to me, and I do appreciate those things. It doesn't change the fact that I'm pissed about the things where I've been disrespected. I'm kind of wound up. I'm probably going to get some KFC after this. Otherwise, I'll never be able to get to fucking bed. I got a fucking Mountain Dew Baja Blast here that's probably fully fucking flat and warm, given how long it's just been sitting there. I was drinking a little bit at the start of the video, and now it's just been there for who knows how long this video has been going. But basically, main point is this. He took their side on it. And here's the biggest thing is this. Not only did I not appreciate being insulted and talked down to, and even then, what? You're a pastor who's getting upset at someone quietly sitting in your church reading the Bible? What? And I pay tithes and offering and I don't cause any problems? And you're upset at me for just... And here's the thing. Here's what it really amounted to. Remember that televangelist thing where he was like, we're having the stuff recorded on camera? And again, I don't want to be on camera. I don't want to be recorded. I didn't consent to that. It's essentially the equivalent of him making a fucking TikTok or YouTube video and put me fuck in it. I didn't consent to that. Heck, even that time I was walking to that one rich place, and I came across that one homeless guy who was playing on a guitar. I asked him his permission, like, hey, do you care if I upload this to YouTube? Now, granted, I think I avoided at least trying to show him too much. He shows up briefly in the video. I told him about that, and I mentioned, hey, your face and stuff probably is in that a little bit. Are you okay with that? And he's like, yeah, sure. And I even tried to, like, include information about, like, where you got, like, if people want to look him up and give him money. But honestly, I also told him, hey, I'm basically unknown. Probably nobody's ever going to see the video anyway. And even if they do, they're probably not going to give you any money. But, you know, I gave him a $20 bill when I first saw him because he was playing some really cool music and I enjoyed listening to it. And, you know, but, yeah, I asked him his permission. Like, hey, you okay with that video going in there? And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. But it's just, I don't want to be recorded. I don't want to be in a fucking televangelism fucking thing. I didn't consent. I didn't ask for that. I didn't want to be in that. And even then, even though you're the one doing the fucking video shit, I didn't say anything. I didn't try to cause any issues with it. Okay? But at the end of the day, what's the main reason he was upset? It's because he had dreams of becoming a televangelist. Because he wanted to be famous and make tons of money. He wanted to be a famous pastor. He wanted to be a famous televangelist, preaching to millions. And he was worried that me just sitting there in the fucking church pew, quietly reading the Bible, would make him look bad. At that point, you don't care about me as a person. You don't care about me at all as a human being or my well-being at all. All you care about is how much I could be used as a tool, whether it be money to fill your coffers via offering and tithes, or whether or not I can make you look good or be in just another seat in the pews, but you want me to stand up and praise like I'm some fucking trained seal. Dance, monkey, dance. That's all I am to you, right? I'm just a monkey. That's what I am, right? I'm just something to be used for entertainment, and says the dude making a fucking YouTube video. But that's different. I'm doing this for myself, and I obviously consent to making these videos because I want to make these videos. But with that, it's like this. It's a fucking church. There's a difference between me sitting here recording a fucking YouTube video as opposed to me going to a church. I'm going to the church to just read the Bible and have a connection to God and just go to the church. You know? Heck, I'm not Catholic, but I've always thought the big Catholic churches were really beautiful. The architecture as well as the statues. Now, granted, I'm not going to pray to a fucking saint or something because that seems like it's taking worship away from God. But I still think the statues and the stained glass are beautiful, and I admire the beautiful aesthetics of it, as well as I admire the intelligence and hard work it took to make those things. Heck, I've never seen some of them, but some of the massive cathedrals I've seen in videos from like Germany and France and stuff, like Notre Dame and a place like that, they look so beautiful. And the amount of hard work and skill and intelligence that it took to build something like that it's so amazing. It's fascinating. It's definitely puts you in a state of awe. But even in a plain sort of church that most Protestant type churches are, it's still nice to go to the church and you want to it was an attempt to be sociable on my part. Okay? I'm trying. But even from the most unobtrusive way of looking at this, it was a pastor getting upset at someone sitting quietly in a pew reading the Bible because you felt it made you look bad on a recording for a public broadcasting because you thought it would hinder your ability to become popular. At the end of the day, it means literally you don't care about me as a person. I'm just something that to dance around and be a monkey for the camera so that I can help boost your sub count as a fucking televangelist. That at the end of the day, all you care about is your own vanity and greed. All you care about is how much money you and your church makes and how famous you are and how much praise you receive. At the end of the day, all Dad cares about is being a deacon, not going to hell, and what the pastor and the congregation thinks of him. And as far as he's concerned, as long as he has the pastor's approval, he has a guaranteed golden ticket to heaven. And everything he does Even the stuff that he's done for Mom or for me, whether it was even marrying her or even the things that he's done of benefit to me, were all to either be brownie points in front of Mom or to look good in front of... Because here's the thing, even driving me to the fucking doctor's appointment for the fucking bladder surgery. Let's be clear. If he had not driven me to the fucking bladder surgery and driven me back, Mom would have never given him a moment of peace for the rest of time. My mom would have bitched at him for the rest of eternity. Also, the church would have looked down on him and disrespected him for it. So then the day, it was just so my mom wouldn't fucking bitch at him. And so the church would praise him for it, saying, oh, he's such a good father and husband. He drove his stepson to a fucking surgery. All he cares about is getting the approval of the pastor. He doesn't care about me unless it in some way makes him look better in front of the church. Or helps him feel that helps better secure his seat in heaven. So I do feel a bit bitter about that and betrayed and angry. And the fact that the pastor literally only cares about his vanity and greed. He literally only cares about how much money he himself makes, as well as the church as a whole, as well as he cares about how famous he is, how big his reach is, how many millions he could talk to. He just wants to be a rich, successful televangelist that everyone's like, yeah, that's to where millions of people would know his name as the great pastor, bringing Jesus to millions through the TV screen. But at the end of the day, you're just the same fucking static noise on the fucking TV in the fucking dogma fight in Binding of Isaac. That's the thing. You and my dad on that day betrayed me. I had nothing but respect for the both of you in regard to this shit with the church. Yes, I was annoyed at Dad constantly typing out the Bible on a fucking typewriter, but I was still proud of him and had admiration for the fucking dedication, and I never said shit to him about it. But the fact of the matter is this. You fucking insulted me and got angry at me and talked down to me for feeling that I made you look bad and for your attempts to become a televangelist, and that my dad took your side over mine. And at the end of the day, he only wanted me to go back to church because it made him look bad that I something wasn't going. And like I said, I still kept going for a couple years. Just, it was much more rare. And then eventually I just stopped because I didn't feel welcome there. I didn't feel wanted. It felt like everyone hated me. And at the end of the day, it's just, I didn't want to be there. And I didn't respect the place anymore. And I didn't respect the people involved. And that's the thing. I have never once been a backslider. Not once has my faith in God or Jesus ever once waned in the tiniest shade. But I don't care about the church. I don't like the church. I don't hardly think I'll ever want to fucking attend a church ever again. But I'll tell you this. I still love God. I still love Jesus. And my faith has not once waned in the tiniest bit. Yes, I'm basically fucking gay now. And I enjoy video games like Grand Theft Auto and Shadow of War, and I like the old Assassin's Creed games. Assassin's Creed 2 of Ezio, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Rogue. 3 best Assassin's Creeds. Heck, even the original Assassin's Creed and Unity were good. All the other ones are shit. Heck, Assassin's Creed Shadows is coming out here soon. That's going to be fucking garbage. It's going to be the worst. It's just, even with the gameplay you see of it, it's so fucking bad. You'd think video games would be getting better. I will say this, honestly, I feel at this point, when a PlayStation 6 comes out, it'll probably have a fucking AI waifu built into the fucking thing. Slightly being facetious there. I'm just saying there probably will be an AI built into the fucking consoles that actually function as part of the gaming system. And all the AIs will be wirelessly connected to each other. We're basically building Skynet, but Skynet's going to offer us video games and giant anime girl titties. Also dick. Big anime futas and femboys and bishounen. But main point is this. He only cared about how it made him look. He was only concerned about how much money he made and about his popularity, his vanity, what people thought of him, how much praise he himself as a pastor would receive, and how much praise his church would get, its reach, how righteous he would be seen in the eyes of others. And the day is this. The pastor only thinks Trump is the Antichrist because 1, TV said so. 2, he thinks so. Even though, again, it proves he has no connection to Jesus. And 3, because he knows most of his congregation is anti-Trump, so he knows that if he were to suddenly say pro-Trump things, he'd probably lose his congregation, at which point he would lose his money and his popularity, as well as his status, as well as his wife and his children would probably be very much against him on that too. Even though his kids are probably like, what? They're older than me, so they're probably mid-40s at this fucking point. And it's kind of odd, like the pastor's like baptizing people. I'm like, what? He's like, what, his 70s too, isn't he? Hey, imagine that. A fucking pastor in his 70s baptizing a fucking woman in her 70s with lung cancer. Then again, the Pope is our current Pope. I think Francis. I'm not Catholic, but I'm at least aware of modern events. The current year situations. And we have an 88-year-old man who has like double, pneumonia. Okay, both of his lungs are in precarious. Like they kind of expect him to die a few days ago. They keep saying, oh, he's a fighter and stuff, but here's the thing. Let's be realistic. He's an 88-year-old man who's been in a wheelchair most of the past couple years. He has double pneumonia. That is extremely dangerous. Also, I think he's the first pope to actually be treated at an outside hospital. Like previous popes would literally have stuff brought in. And again, I'm not criticizing whatever it takes to save his life, I guess. But it's just... human bodies are not indestructible. We do age. Heck, I don't like the fact that I feel like I'm as old as I am. I feel like my body's giving out as I'm getting older. Heck, my dick doesn't work exactly the same as it used to. Heck, I feel like it's shrunk a bit. And it doesn't really get as hard as it's supposed to, and I don't really feel horny like it used to. And granted, I'm still horny and stuff, but I'm just saying, heck, in general, my testosterone level's basically gone. So, whatever. My health sucks. Main point being is this. He got upset at someone sitting quietly in his church reading the Bible, who paid tithes, by the way, and would give money and offerings, because he felt it made him look bad. Because he thought it hindered his ability to grow as a televangelist. Because he cares about his greed and his vanity. Because he cares what people think about him. He cares about getting praised for his righteousness as a pastor. And the security of how famous and powerful his church is, about getting his name out to every household in the world. All he cared about was being the center of attention. He just cares about vanity and greed and own self-righteousness. And here's the thing, as far as I'm concerned, any deacon, pastor, church, anybody who is against Trump, as far as I'm concerned, being against Trump, as far as I'm concerned, is the same as hating Jesus. It's the same as hating God. It's the same as hating Christianity. It's the same as hating America. It's the same as being a bigot and a racist and being pro-Hitler and pro-Nazism. Like, here's the thing. If you're against Trump, then you're obviously against America. You're against the Republic. You're against democracy. You're against human rights. Because as much as the fucking mainstream media, who is paid off by corrupt payments via... which in of itself is a crime. Like USAID is doing all this embezzlement and tax fraud and burdens on the American people, where they're basically all this bureaucracy, just a bunch of ticks fucking bleeding us dry and sucking us. At the end of the day, let's be clear. On top of all the fucking embezzlement, or the fact that some of the money is actually being spent into misinformation, propaganda. Heck, some of the money was actually being funneled to straight up terrorists to buy them weapons to kill innocent people. Or some of the money was being spent to, like, heck, they spent millions of dollars just to pay for journalists to tell Americans we need to spend more money for other things. Like even the Ukraine war, regardless of your stance on the whole Ukraine-Russia thing, which honestly, at the end of the day, I agree with Trump. I just want the fighting to stop. I just want people to stop dying. But at the end of the day is this, the fact that millions of dollars were spent in order to manipulate people's opinions, to change the public view, to warp your opinion, to be whatever the people spending that money that they stole from you in the first place to be. Heck, the same people that told you Trump was a fucking Nazi dictator Hitler are the same people who told you Biden was perfectly healthy and sound and didn't have dementia or some shit. And all of a sudden he suddenly seemed a lot better after he stepped down, though he announced his step down on Twitter. Heck, so much of the money was being given to fucking Hamas terrorists or terrorists in other situations. Or how about this? How many protests that are violent and are riots and houses are getting burned down and people are being raped and murdered? How many, even just the protests where they were spray painting fucking on monuments in Washington, D.C. They were spray painting, Free Palestine and Death to America and Death to Israel and all these hateful things and racist and bigotry stuff. That's okay, but at this point, you know what classifies as a white supremacist? Please stop killing white people. That's what qualifies as that. But that's the sort of like transphobic, everything, gay-phobic, homophobic, like everything's, it's just, you're told, oh, you're this racist, bigot, whatever, you must support Hitler, you must support Nazism if you support Trump. It's just name-calling. It's literally just shaming language. It's manipulation. It's narcissism. It's people that have no open-mindedness, feel the need to be right about everything, and they just constantly lie to you, gaslight you, they insult you and talk down to you. Everything's about control and manipulation, and these people are like the most anti-free speech, most censorship, most control people, and they steal money from you in order to use that same money to spread propaganda to manipulate you. They take your own money and use it against you as a weapon. Heck, a lot of the stuff that goes on with the anti-Israel stuff, or the stuff going on in the world, or even the stuff, all the anti-Trump stuff, there were so many individual journalists, as well as mainstream news, who were actually being paid under the table via U.S. aid to spread all this anti-Trump ideology about, threat to democracy and constitutional crisis. One, that's illegal. That is a crime. Next off is this. They tried to kill Trump. They tried to throw him in prison. They tried to silence and censor him. Heck, I remember back in 2020, you had an active sitting president get banned from fucking Twitter. If anything told you free speech was dead, that was fucking it. I mean, here's the thing. These people are doing all this fraud, embezzlement, pushing for censorship, saying that the common American citizen shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion. And you're saying these are the people trying to protect democracy, whereas Trump is actually defending freedom of speech and trying to defend America and actually standing up for Jesus. And yet people are trying to constantly say, he's Hitler and he's this horrible thing and he's this horrible thing. When he's the exact opposite. This is the equivalent of back in the Bible, the evil Jezebel saying that Elijah was of the devil, sort of thing. Or that he's evil, or you should kill him, or he's a threat to the safety of Israel. Obviously, I'm not saying Trump is Elijah. I'm not saying that. Heck, there are some people, I will say this, it is weird. Some people worship Trump like he's a prophet or something. He's not. He's just a man, okay? He's just a guy. But it's nice to have a fucking competent leader that actually cares about our country, that is actually putting a stop to the embezzlement and the fraud and the people stealing all this money from us to use to spread misinformation and propaganda. Like, at the end of the day, most people that think, like, here's the thing. Trump is not a racist. He's not a bigot. He is not a Nazi. He is not a fascist. He is the exact opposite of all those things. He is actually fighting to protect America, to protect Jesus, to protect the Constitution, to protect democracy, to protect the Republic. He is actually standing for everything that is at the core of Christian and American values. He is actually standing for the common good for everyone and trying to do what is morally right. And the people who are actually evil, psychotic monsters are the one spreading this disinformation via the mainstream news, which is completely bought and paid for with money that was stolen from us, the taxpayers. Our own money is being used against us. And yet, everyone wants to talk down about Doge, about, they're such terrible people. What? Because they want to stop fucking Social Security payments to people that have been dead for over 100 years? The people that were born in before that were dead in before Social Security cards existed? Bureaucracies that are getting rich by stealing massive amounts of money? I mean, these are serious crimes. And people aren't upset about the crimes or the horrific things being used, or whether it's being used to spread propaganda or embezzlement, or even just the straight up terrorists that are being funded to murder innocent people. Instead, they're upset at the person exposing the fraud, the people exposing all of this shit that's fucked up. Are you kidding me? I mean, that's the equivalent of somebody robs you, and then someone gets your money back from the person who robbed you, and then you blame the person who gave you your money back. I mean, how can you be against stopping fraud and embezzlement and money laundering and our own money being sent to propaganda being used against us, or for terrorists who keep screaming death to America and who hurt and murder innocent people? And how could any church or deacon or pastor who is against Trump have any connection to Christ or to Jesus or to God or any divine truth? Because if you had any connection to God, you would not be against Trump. If you actually loved America, you wouldn't be against Trump. If you had the ability to have critical thinking or basic intelligence, or didn't just believe everything the fucking TV told you, or had basic human decency, or loved democracy, or loved free speech, or cared about your fellow citizens, or wanted things to get better, you would be pro-Trump. The fact that you're against him, let alone so emphatically and psychotically and deranged that you can call him an antichrist and the literal devil, it tells me you have no connection to Jesus. That you, the pastor and the whole church, have no authority in Christ. You have no authority as Christians or as religious leaders, as men, as Americans, as good people, as even intelligent individuals, as fathers, as husbands, as anything. Even in terms of intelligence or morality. You have no right to pass judgment on me or tell me what I should or should not do, or to judge me in any way. And it proves that you have no connection to Christ. You have no connection to Jesus. You have no connection to God. You have no connection to Yahweh. You have no connection to Lord of Hosts. You have no connection to God or to anything good or righteous or true. That when it comes right down to it, at this point, Trump derangement syndrome basically is a demon possession. And at this point, I would say it is closer to the deacon and the pastor having something of a connection to the devil than they do to God, given the way they are on that. But yeah, my first main issue with the pastor and with my dad, the deacon, was just the fact that I got yelled at and insulted and talked down to for sitting quietly in a fucking church pew reading the Bible because the pastor felt that it made him look bad and could possibly endanger his ability to be a famous televangelist one day and be famous and righteous and make a lot of money. And my dad was upset at me because it made him look bad in front of the pastor because he felt that the pastor was displeased with something I did, even though it was something he had no right to be angry at me whatsoever. But the fact that the person that you basically worship as a god over Jesus himself, the fact that I displeased him in some way, even though I was the one, like, in any other situation with any amount of fucking sanity, a even halfway passable dad or father who respected or cared about their son in any fucking way would have been offended at the pastor insulting their son. You should have defended me. You should have actually taken my side. You should have been willing to leave and go to a different church and cut all ties with that pastor over the fucking disrespect sent to me. Instead, you told me not to worry about it. You told me you shouldn't care what people think. I should just go to church anyway. I should still go to the same church, in fact, because you were worried it would make you look bad in front of him or the rest of the congregation. And here's the thing, it's not like I was yelling at anybody. It's not like I even did any of this and talked anyone off. I simply became more quiet and more withdrawn. It becomes a little more. And here's the thing. It's one thing to go with, oh, the pastor got angry at and insulted and talked down to a member of his congregation who's just sitting there quietly reading the Bible, who pays tithes, by the way. As opposed to, especially with my knowledge of me being autistic now, it basically amounts to this. A pastor of a church got angry with, insulted, yelled at, and insulted and talked down to a teenager, a 17-year-old, sitting in his church who pays tithes from his job, who's also an Eagle Scout, and who is bullied to an extreme amount, who has suicidal depression. Basically, you have a 17-year-old who works, you have a 17-year-old who's a straight A student who is going to be getting an honors diploma, who takes advanced mathematics and science classes, who is very smart, has always been dedicated and respectful to you, who pays tithes and offering, who is not doing anything wrong, who is sitting there quietly through your fucking 3-hour church service, the one of thousands, and who is sitting there quietly reading the Bible, who is 17 years old, never caused you any fucking problems, never disrespected you in any way, and who is just sitting there quietly reading the Bible. A 17-year-old who works a job and pays you tithes out of that job, who's an Eagle Scout, who is just sitting there quietly reading the Bible, who is suicidally depressed, and who is autistic. You basically got angry at a depressed 17-year-old with autism for sitting on a church pew, sitting at a church. You got angry. Basically, you, a pastor of a church. And keep in mind, you're also the one who baptized me and prayed over me when I received the Holy Ghost. At that point, like what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, some shit? 4 years ago? And I've been loyal and coming to church since and always treated with respect and gave tithes and offering for years at that point. Eagle Scout, good student, didn't do anything fucking wrong. I don't bother anyone, I never caused any problems for anybody. You, a church pastor, got angry at a 17-year-old. You, a church pastor, got angry and basically attacked and insulted and talked down to and condemned and expressed anger and yelling and insult and talked down to a depressed 17-year-old with autism for just sitting at a church pew quietly reading the Bible to himself. Because you thought it would somehow make it more difficult for you to become a famous, rich televangelist. I think I made my point. And here's the thing, it's not like I need to have this fucking argument with the pastor or even my dad, because I really don't fucking give a shit about that stuff. At the end of the day, it's this. If I ever decide to become openly bisexual, it's just going to be like, hey, I'm gay, I'm going to date these one people. Whatever. I don't need to fucking explain myself. At this point, we're past that point. I tried to extend that olive branch. It's fine. It's not like I plan to go try to tell him off or anything. The most I'm going to do is what I'm doing right here in a fucking video. In the privacy of my own fucking home. At the end of the day, it's simply a matter of this. I'm not going to say shit to him wrong. I'm not going to yell at him. I'm not going to cuss him out. Even if he expresses that he hates me, I'm going to go to hell. I'll just be like, okay, cool. I'm just going to be happy then. Bye. And that's it. I'm not going to bother yelling at him. I'm not going to bother, trying to prove him wrong or argue with him or force him to see things my way, whether it's in regard to me being allowed to like Christmas or be gay, or the fact that Trump is actually a good man who's doing the morally right thing, and that essentially my dad and the pastor, they're the ones standing on the side of the devil. And essentially, they have a demon on their shoulders. They are the ones who are backsliders. They are the ones who have turned from God. I have never lost a tiny bit of faith in God or Jesus. But also, I don't feel the need to fucking ram it down other people's fucking throats or treat other people with disrespect or act like I'm some fucking holier than thou individual. Okay? So I don't need to win some fucking argument with you or even get you to see things my way. I will just live life my way, be myself. I don't need to justify shit. And the end of the day is this. I'm not hurting anyone, and I'm not hurting myself. I'm not hurting anyone else. There is nothing wrong with me loving Christmas. There is nothing wrong with me being gay. And there's nothing wrong with me having opinions about science and politics that are different than you. I don't have to be some sort of obedient thing that I have to sacrifice my fucking free will. And I have enough faith and love for God to know that God would be accepting of me. Even if all of you say he wouldn't. Because at the end of the day, you haven't exactly lived in a righteous way in your churches. Albeit that's all you fucking care about is how much money you get or give, as well as the fact that how righteous you're seen in the eyes of others. That's all you fucking care about. Here's the thing. I'm the mindset that whatever. Everyone can think I'm fucking horrible and worthless, whatever. I'll just be myself. I know I'm a good person. I'm not trying to, I don't need to fucking, prove anybody fucking wrong on that shit. I'll just be myself, and anyone who wants to accept me for who and what I am, good for them. I appreciate that. At the end of the day, if the pastor and the deacon don't want to fucking accept me and care about me for who I am, then that's fine. That's fine. I'll leave that be. I won't fucking care. I'm not going to yell or try to argue with them or try to prove them to see things my way. They can either accept me or they can just be themselves. It's fine. I'll be myself. They be themselves. They don't want to care about me. They want to insult me. Fine. Whatever. But then there's this. It basically amounts to you're a pastor who got angry and insulted and yelled at a depressed 17-year-old with autism for sitting in the church in the pew quietly reading the Bible because you thought it would make you look bad on the fucking TV and make you possibly lose out on some money. You never cared about me as a person. All you ever cared about was your own vanity and greed. And everything else, you guys get the point. That was a long conversation. About 5 hours. Huh. Sorry about the rant. Even though technically the last video was labeled as a rant too, but that was more like autism rant. This is more like, I don't know, being openly gay rant. Well, I'm going to go get some KFC, go to bed, and then get up and go to work. I hope everyone out there has a good day. And I hope everyone out there has all the hugs and head pats you could ever need. Bye, everybody.